When last we left off, you guys had interacted with the ancient vampires of the city of Caliphos in the country of Ustalov, investigating and trying to find information regarding a serial killer of vampires who's been plaguing the city for the last few weeks, couple of months, what have you. In exchange for unmasking the would-be murderer, they have promised you information leading towards the Whispering Way and their plans, which is where your motivation comes from. Last time you interacted with several NPCs, most notably Lady Evgenia Zenaida, Inquisitor Coat, who you guys didn't actually interact with very much because everybody got scared of him. The tailor Radvir Giovanni, and their current suspect and prisoner, Ramoska Archiminos. Luvic was the king of the vampires, or leader of the vampires, and he's the one who has promised you information trade if you bring to him alive the murderer. In exchange, he's given you at least some sense of protection from the other vampires, although it really only applies within his particular domain underground. Outside of that, a vampire is a vampire and it's going to tend to bite. You guys are on your own beyond that. I know getting into the place you defeated several vampires, although I don't think you killed any of them. So you have at least one or two factions that are not very friendly to you to begin with, plus presumably whoever it is that's killing the vampires. So you guys are back at the Hereday Theater with the Eye of the Palatine Order. What would you guys care to do at this point? It's the following morning, and I believe there was you guys had established that there was something coming up. No, he had given you until the following dawn to unmask it, or he's just going to put to death this other vampire as the culprit.
So,
at which point his deal with you guys becomes null and void.
The victims were disappearing from Restoration Park.
Mm-hmm.
That's who the lady one was super worried about.
Yes.
Feels like she's next.
We floated the idea of using her as bait. Or
someone could hang out with her the entire night in case something happens.
I think you should just go swimming in the pond.
I will if there's a pond and it looks inviting.
Well, there's like a big pond there.
It just has to look inviting.
Yeah.
Do we know where she lives on the surface when she, like, her alter ego? Like,
No,
Taylor
she stays at the place. All of the vampires except for the tailor don't have any interactions directly with the surface world. They keep all their activities below the ground unless they're specifically out hunting. The tailor is one of the few that maintains a public appearance, so that because he has a network of spies and agents and so forth around the city itself.
And we know that the Countess is not a vampire. She employed the guy who's arrested now for...
According to the prisoner, he was hired 6 months ago to investigate a alchemical solution to extend her life.
Yeah. And the Whispering Wind had him hired for make a potion, which did as well.
To verify a potion of wisdom. They already had it. They gave him a tiny sample of it, and he verified that it would actually do what they wanted it to, which he suspects is to poison somebody unsuspectingly and turn them into a lich.
Well,
the most notable ones that he was thinking was Prince Edward Ordrante, who is the current ruler of Ustalov.
That's the eunuch prince, right?
Mm-hmm.
Usually
What's that?
He was like the eunuch prince or something was what he was called.
There was talk about that. He apparently was. He. No. Let's see. What was it? Yeah, Prince Edward is the current ruler.
Gotcha.
According to the tailor, he had paperwork indicating that there was a plot behind the scenes between General Ulvaldas, the head of the Ustalav army, Indraden Korbakas, the head cleric of Iomedae, and Renes Ordrante, the younger brother of the prince, to carry out these killings and destabilize the government. Renes is the illegitimate son of Vladislav Ordrante, the father of both of them. The father was the one known as the eunuch prince, which is why Renes was the one that was said he was born out of wedlock through an affair, because the king couldn't have had children at that point.
And the Countess adopted him.
Right. Countess Camilla adopted him after his mother mysteriously disappeared following the exposure of the affair.
Alright, so we need to... I think our most important thing is to catch this killer, because if not, the execution's gonna happen. We need him free for the rest of his information as well as bringing this person. But if we kill him, then he just goes back to wherever he sleeps. Whoever this murderer is, right?
If it's a vampire.
Right.
Well, I think we determined he was a
And
vampire.
they wanted him alive, though. They wanted to.
Well,
Right.
that's why you put the stake in him, which stops him from going back. We bring in the body. It's like, hey, here's his dude.
Okay, so we need some stakes that stay.
I thought a stake kills the vampire, though.
It stops him from going back.
Or you can just
and
hold
then,
the
then,
stake
then
the
you
whole
have
time.
then you have to decapitate them. I think.
Right. Yeah.
And the holy water.
From what I remember.
But we don't want to decapitate him. Because
We don't. But we
Yeah.
want him not alive long enough to get him back there so he can be not alive in front of the vampire dude.
Yeah.
Be
So then he
not
can
alive.
decapitate him.
But if we kill him, he turns to mist and he goes back to wherever he sleeps.
Yeah.
And then we don't find him again and the dude gets executed.
Yep.
if it is a humanoid, though, like an actual human who dies, though, then we want to take him alive.
Right. So we need
And we're gonna stick with human too.
just
Can't be too careful.
in the shoulder. I don't know. So we need some regular wooden stakes.
Do we want some rope?
No, some people have those
Yeah.
necklaces though too.
Yeah, but those disappear. The minute you stab them in somebody and let go, they disappear.
Hold it the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have an
Hold it the whole
unlimited
time.
amount of stakes. You could just be like, I guess over and over, but
Right.
that was the
Basically
downfall
wanna
to
make
those
an
necklaces.
arrest.
Yeah, it gives you a ready weapon all the time that you can attune to whatever creature it is you're fighting. But as soon as you've let go of it, because you throw it or stab somebody or whatever, it vaporizes and goes away, which defeats the purpose of trapping a vampire, at least.
I mean, not that we can't just like cut up some wooden stakes. We'll be in a park anyway, and there should be wood everywhere. But
Then we're gonna have to get a campfire. Cook it.
Huh?
holy runes, yeah. I mean, most bad
Yeah, those
creatures are.
park
But
cows.
Hmm?
Those
I
park
got a
cows
bad
are
feeling
everywhere.
it's gonna be
Exactly.
that
We
dude
got
that
cows.
scared all of us.
Why
It's who it's gonna be, because I don't like him a lot.
Now supposedly they have revulsions to brandish garlic or religious symbols. So I'm willing to share my garlic, but it just makes them. If it works, it just makes them flee.
Right.
We don't want them to leave, though.
Well, I
But,
mean,
but if you don't want, if you don't want them to flee, you know.
Well, everyone wear garlic except one person.
right. Well, I mean, that would be me. The entire religious symbol of the group. Well, no, sorry.
In theory, you would be the biggest
Not
target
anymore.
out of
You
anyone
knelt
in
to
the
the
group.
vampire king.
I did kneel to the Vampire King. I may have 0 religious.
We'll see.
So we'll find out.
I have an idea. Holy net.
A holy net. Okay.
Like internet, but Christian.
I could transform
The
into a
internet
bat
of
and try to
the
seduce the
Pathfinder.
vampire into our location or something. I don't know.
So should we investigate the conspiracy between the three people? Because it could be one of them, or one of their peoples that are killing
Well,
vampires.
the ones that would be easiest to get to would be the Iomade cleric, because they hang out in their little temple out north. I don't know about. We haven't had any luck getting into the countess's presence,
Yeah,
so.
in general.
Wouldn't it be an ironic twist if the guy that's asking us to bring the person is the actual guy that's the problem?
Well, he's killing his own dudes then.
Right.
He's killing his own resources, but I don't think it would be him. But
When-
yes, it would be an interesting twist.
In the
I'd
would
run my
we
own
be able
resources
to
convict
find
someone
out
else.
exactly the Castle Mashir is where the guard and the head of the guard is and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
That's where the prison thing was.
Yeah, that's the prison as well as
Where-
the head of the army.
Where they took said deceased bodies that hadn't burned up too. I think we need to go there and ask them if any bodies have been found in the park, and where, because the park's pretty big. And
Well,
We're
but keep in mind, the city in general has kept the murders secret.
yeah.
They haven't made it, they've made a big point of shutting down any public information on it.
Yeah, that's good.
Could we try to get a favor from the Palatine Eye if they can use their connections to get us a meeting or something?
Or even just the information if one of them has it, because we've got.
Who are we trying to talk to?
Well, just to find out if any of the murders have happened inside the park and where in the park.
Yeah,
Did it
ta-
happen in
Timing wise, you guys have, about 8 hours
yeah.
or so till sunset. You have obviously tonight, and like I said, by dawn next morning, Ramoska is scheduled to be executed.
We're gonna have to split up. Because I think some of us should go to the park.
You guys, if you guys could just even investigate and see if you can find burned spots in the park, I guess. It could be just homeless people burning stuff.
Doge wants to go to the park for the
homeless people.
Could be a homeless camp, I don't know. But
Do we?
For some reason, there's not a big homeless problem in this city.
oh, well, that's good.
Okay, so
They keep getting eaten by
Yeah, kick him
vampires.
outside.
Yes.
Do we know if it's their feeding time? Do they
Bring a
feed
little
every night?
Triangle.
Do they
The-
feed every night?
yes, you know the Restoration Park is a common hunting ground
And they feed,
for the vampires.
and they typically feed once a night.
Given the number of vampires, somebody generally is always hunting at night.
I think
So the Restoration Park is a common location because it's secluded. It's one of the few places in town that is. So if there's people that are walking around, that's a good opportunity to hunt and kill somebody in the park. Now, there's certainly other areas in town to hunt people, alleyways, dark streets, etc. But Restoration Park is one of the places that, at least from the vampire standpoint, is one of their preferred hunting grounds.
It's right near one of their entrances too.
It's close to their area. It's good. It's high quality blood, etc.
Yeah.
So I think a group needs to go there, and a group needs to go.
To the Dawn Grace Memorial. You're pretty from Amadee, is that right? No, you're not.
Pharasma.
Saren, right? I'm Pharasma.
I think she's Pharasma. I thought you were Pharasma.
Saren, right?
We cannot
Same, right?
go
Okay.
in there. It's 1,400 gold.
Still ain't
I'm gonna sell somebody into slavery. We also.
We don't need Carter's character.
That's right.
Yeah, let's sell him.
So his myth.
Yeah.
So are we rested, get our spells back and stuff?
Yeah, you have your spells back from in the morning. All your preparations have been done. So if you need to redefine your spells, you're welcome to. Everybody should be fully healed at this point.
So
You
the
shouldn't need spells.
hit points should be at the.
How do we change it? Do we just change it.
On your character. If you open up your character sheet, on the top left, there's a little bed icon.
So if you want to restore a spell, you click the plus.
No.
button.
That's what I'm saying. Open up your character sheet. On the top left,
Just click the bed.
there's a little bed. You click the bed, it will restore all your spell slots.
Ah, fully rested. That's it. Oh,
That's right. Some of you get hit points back. Some of you are just fully rested.
So I still don't have full hit points.
Oh, in that case, just go ahead and update them. I mean, everybody is fully healed at this point. I don't know what else you took damage from, but
change your hit points instead of resting to a 50.
or just click it a couple of times for a full rest. That'll just give you several nights rest in one.
Or you can just
So,
type it
either
in,
way.
so you know.
Click on that and change it to 180.
Make sure we don't have any effects or something.
She did.
No, no.
I'm a vampire now.
Oh. Got werewolves and vampires. Might have a ghost or two in the group.
I took an extra long nap.
You're just collecting all sorts of undead in the group.
We did.
All the ghosts of past characters have been following you around.
One of us are going to drink that poison. We're gonna have a lich in the group.
You could. Yep, it was the Whispering Way is custom making a lich potion for one of you.
That's my
We
connection
stake
to
in the
Pharasma.
tavern.
There you
You
go.
roll randomly which blood's poison.
I volunteer myself to go to the park.
Well,
I
if
thought
we
you
go
were
to
gonna say
the
that.
Volunteers
Drink the poison.
tribute.
Yeah,
well, that is the thing.
and if
If we go to the park, we're the bait, basically.
potentially, yeah. That's one aspect from Ramoska's statements. That potion, it is tailored to affect one person, but only one person. So it could be applied conceivably in a feast, and only the intended target would be affected by it. Or put into a water supply, or whatever, something along those lines. So to affect your target, the target of the potion, it's honestly going to be relatively simple, depending on how they choose to administer it,
Make an army of liches.
because it specifically won't affect anybody else. Only that person will be.
Well, you said you want to go to the park. I'm going to go to Dawn Grace Memorial, hopefully.
I'll go to the park.
You want to go to the memorial too, being another pre-sleep body? Maybe we can.
So you guys going to the park? You're planning to go there in the morning and hang out all day?
Or wait, wouldn't we want to go at night?
You have
I'm
to
talking about you guys are searching for clues.
You don't have to do anything. You can go anytime you want. I'm just wondering what your goal at the park is during the day, because vampires hunt at night.
Right.
They got that whole sun thing.
Not if they have an umbrella.
Aren't we getting towards the?
No, it's morning.
Oh,
You guys are sitting around having some food, comparing notes and so forth about 10 a.m.
We should check alleyways in the morning.
You guys have the day.
well then, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. I think the majority of us should go to the park at night. Cause
Well, yeah, no, I meant like all of us can go to the park at night. I meant more like we need to know where in the park we're looking, because the park is a large
Yep.
area.
That's valid. So sending somebody to scout the park and explore the whole thing and see what the most logical place is, that would make some sense. Okay? And the key thing is you guys have about 8 hours to do whatever it is you want to do. You're correct in your claim that you're going to have to split up, because I don't think you got enough time to do all the different theories in that amount of time. Just from traveling across town and talking to people, you're going to spend a couple of hours doing each task.
So if we're just going to the park during the day, I think a group of two should be fine, so they can handle that, right?
Yeah.
And then
Depends on the two you said. If you're saying those two, might need more.
Hey, I think we could work it out.
Hey, the-
Buddy cop adventure.
I'd honestly prefer to just go by myself.
You got a ranger and a T-Rex.
Yeah, the two nature people.
Exactly.
Right. Which you look at.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
definitely.
I'll go to
You're,
the
you
park.
got track.
You go to the park with them?
I'll go to the
There's
park.
that pool there. They do have a pool.
I'm gonna jump in
Better
there.
get kicked out.
If it's inviting, I have to do it.
And then is that Kerbakis, the cleric of the day? Would they be at the Dawn Grace Memorial? Does that make sense? They would
Yeah, that would be the most likely place for them.
Okay.
I mean, that's effectively the temple
temple.
to Iomade.
Yeah. I don't know if I should do that or if I should go spend the day praying to Pharasma at the Pharasma temple. because that might be important too.
I can always do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they're very understanding and just postponing that part.
Right.
Sounds like
Dahlia woke up.
So is there only 2 places that we're going?
Well, when I was I mean, you keep talking
What?
about going to the castle too, and I mean, and
Okay. What other lines of investigation you guys have? Because I know you got lots of threads
right.
and lots of leads. The question is whether or not you want to pull on any of them.
If
Nope.
Okay.
well, I mean, if someone feels like they could get into the presence of the Countess, that might be worth it.
Good or bad.
Right? Good news is, she's not a vampire.
Yeah.
What are we trying to find out from the Countess?
Well,
What's your favorite
her,
color?
yes. The fact that her alchemist that she had working for her is currently currently incarcerated by the rest of the vampires, and is about to be executed. Any help from her? Any answer she could give us? Unless, of course, she's the one killing vampires.
Mystery solved.
Which is a possibility as well. That string just connected as I was speaking. I was like, oh,
Jason.
Yeah.
Possible
Yeah,
place that you could go. You go keep an eye on that one person that you danced with during that party, since she knows you.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
She knows you real well.
she does.
she knows where you're at.
She's,
You.
No,
yeah.
like
She's
you
fond
said,
of you.
she's the possible next target.
Right. So following her
So,
at
yeah.
night.
Or just all day too, since she has a store. See if anyone.
She doesn't.
She doesn't have a store.
Oh, she
The
doesn't?
tailor is the
No,
only
the
one that has
tailor,
a surface
yeah.
presence.
Sorry, never mind.
Yeah, no, she hangs out in the basement still.
I mean,
all day.
but you guys have the means, if you wish to make contact with any of the vampires in the underworld. Okay, so if you need to ask further questions, you need to get other information, need to discuss anything, you can, but that's going to take some time to do,
yeah.
i.e. another task.
So who wants to go speak to the Countess?
Right.
I know speak to the
I mean, fundamentally, the puzzle you have,
It's too many.
you got a lot of threads,
Did we find out where
and
he was captured?
you can investigate as many as you want, but the more you investigate, the fewer people can go to do each one of them, which means there's more risk. But if you don't investigate all of them, then you increase the chance of missing the important one
being wrong.
and being wrong.
So Jen just made a good point.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
I said, so we didn't find out the guy that is captured that they think is committing all the murders, where he was captured from, and what he was doing that led them to believe that he was the one committing the murders.
Correct. That
We
was
didn't
that
find
was
that
never
out.
asked.
No.
What was asked of him?
I think I asked why he was captured, and they said they didn't trust him. Like because
Okay.
he was like a different breed of vampire.
Yeah. He's he's a
He claimed he was an scapegoat.
Yeah.
correct.
Nosferatu.
Yeah, he's a
Which would make
Nosferatu.
Another reason if he's the
I think
scapegoat,
Didn't answer.
the Countess being very familiar with it, probably.
Right. But she was working with him.
Now, what he had shared with you is he was a Nosferatu that works for another vampire lord in a different region, who was contracted due to a old favor that he owed to the Countess to work for her for the last 6 months investigating this elixir of youth that she wanted. In the process, he happened to be subcontracted by the Whispering Way to verify their potion, which he did, and then they refused to pay him, which is why he's bitter at the Whispering Way and offers you information, but only if he can stay alive, for obvious reasons.
So probably more that he's an outsider.
Yes.
Probably why that would make sense.
He was an outsider in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So we got 2 people going to the park.
Okay.
We got, how many people are gonna go try to get in front of the Countess?
Well, we could talk to the Palatine Eye and see if their connections can get us to the Countess, because we've got the leader, who is like a influential noble, and then there's like the museum people. They might have connections that can get us in front of her, possibly. And then there's the adventure guy, who probably does stuff too.
I feel like that's going to take too long. Kind of seems popular. It's probably like on a 2-week waiting period.
Probably.
Hey, Dan. How much would you say getting silver bullets would be?
Whatever the cost of silver bullets in Pathfinder is, I don't
I
know.
looked it up. I can't find any.
Take a silver coin, melt it down, and make a bullet. Put it in the toaster.
Shooting silver coins now. Oh.
I guess we
Where
gotta
do you
split
want
up,
it?
guys. Let's do it. Let's figure out where.
Well, the
Or we just need a couple magnifying glasses so we can like aim the sun at them.
We got 3 places right now that we can explore in 8 hours, right?
yeah, and as nice as the tailor was, I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, not that he doesn't believe what he's saying, but it's more like his is more just rumor, where everybody else has a personal account. Like the lady vampire was able to give us like the people that are being killed are like the high level vampires, so they leave behind uncontrolled their slave spawn or whatever, but they're still those are still acting like they're controlled, so that is probably why they believe it's a vampire that's doing it, which makes sense too. If they're able to control the undead, or necromancer or something like that can control large swathes of undead.
Well, and the other thread you have is none of you were able to get any information from the Inquisitor,
Right.
partially due to him being intimidating, partially because he didn't want to talk to some of you.
Yeah.
He talked too much priesty.
They definitely didn't want to talk to me at all.
Nobody could roll high enough to even talk to him.
Oh no, he talked to me.
He talked to you.
He was in his temple in front of his god.
Uh-huh.
Maybe he needs to be dragged away or something.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Or
Gonna
catch
go in
him
there
when
and
he's
grab
not
my
in
ear.
temple.
Well,
If somebody wants to go talk to him, not when he's not in temple.
I don't recommend one person going to talk to him though.
Oh no.
That would be one.
But we also know that large groups of people are considered threats and should be put down inside vampire country. So if we're going back in there, we need to know exactly who we're talking to, and I think we need to probably talk to the lady, try to get her to be bait for real. I mean, it just is the.
You want me to talk to her again?
Well, a group of people for sure. I
you
mean,
do have a connection.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll
Can you
get
just
some
make
more
it
of
to
your-
her? She did suck your blood. Maybe you want to respond. Can you just try to connect with her telepathically? Be like,
Go
hey,
sits at the bar going.
yeah, hey, lady.
I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. If you want me to go talk to her, we can talk to her. If we want to go see the Countess and let her know that her guy's about to get beheaded, out. But we got 7.5 hours now, so we got to figure it out.
Well, I don't think I'm going to have any luck with the evil priest or champion. So I'll go with Doge to talk to the lady.
Try and convince her to actually come out from the dungeon that she's
Right. Well, and that's the thing.
never comes out.
If she can be a prime target, and we can be the swoop in and take care of it, and then she's got no more
She
worries.
likes the guys. That's a good idea. I think 2 guys should definitely go.
Okay. So 2 searching the park, 2 going down to her.
To the Countess. Which 2 are going to the Countess?
What countess? I'm so confused what countesses we're talking about. I think we talked
he's
like
talking
3 different countesses.
There's a few countesses. I assume they're talking Countess Carmilla
That's
Calavaso.
the boss of the guy that's getting ready to be beheaded.
Yeah, that's the one that's looking for the elixir of youth.
Oh,
So we need 2 people to talk to her.
elixir of youth of Lichton.
And then
Hey, if
To-
you're a lich,
I'll go scope the park.
You are immortal.
so that's 3 for the park. We just need 2 or 3 to go speak to that Countess.
Do you want to talk to the countess? You have good diplomacy.
Didn't do much with the other dude.
You roll better.
Okay, we can go to the counters.
No.
So
You ask that every
who's
time,
going to the
man.
Countess?
I know.
What
Well,
my stuff is
We didn't
expensive.
attain any. We don't have any.
My stuff is expensive.
That's the problem with being heroes. You don't get paid well.
right.
Who's going with the Countess? Or who's going to the Countess then?
I'll go.
And we need one
Thanks,
more,
Dad.
probably.
Okay.
Well, I was going to the priest.
Okay.
Did you wanna go with the
Too many
Countess too?
priests.
I guess I could try.
There's only one priest. The
Well,
group's worried about
I'll be
currently.
intimidated, though.
No, there's 2
I guess
priests.
I
You're
could
talking about
go.
the
Oh,
Yeah,
the
champion.
the vampire.
no, the vampire's the champion,
Well,
right? So the
Okay.
Well,
uh,
one is the same.
I think they're talking about the Dawn Grace Memorial is where.
Both are priests.
Yeah, yeah. Same thing. Yeah. If you and George wanted to go to the memorial, talk
Okay.
to the priest of.
So, as I understand, you have one group that's going to go to Restoration Park and scout it out during the day. You have one that's going to try to secure a audience with the Countess Calafaso. You have somebody or someone's going to the Dawn Grace Memorial to speak to the Iomade priest. And then, what else do you have?
the lady, I don't have her name, Gabe. I got Gabe Yesma.
Okay, going back to the vampires.
Yeah, the vampire lady.
Try
Okay.
to convince her to.
Okay, so that's 4 threads you're pulling on. Are there any other directions you guys want to do? Or do you want to set a time to meet back in the afternoon to compare notes?
I think,
Yeah,
it's
set a
probably
time.
the best idea,
Yeah.
yeah. And before nightfall, obviously, so we can, if we need to set up a trap, we can do so.
Okay.
So a couple hours, 3 hours should be enough for.
You guys plan to spend the morning and early afternoon on these first tasks.
Yep.
Meet back up, and if you still have time and some other ideas, you can investigate something before nightfall.
Yep.
Okay.
So who's going to the Dawn Grace Memorial?
I mean, I think you.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
So this nighttime now?
No,
No.
it's
No.
morning. It's during the day. Sun's bright.
We're eating breakfast.
That's right. You guys are all sitting around eating scones and bananas.
I'm not
And-
going to talk to
So
the
it's
priest,
like
I'm going to
this
talk
lady,
to the
she's
rock.
one that's
Exactly.
adopted
Have you
the
seen
older
any murders,
son.
Mr. Rock?
No.
Okay, so for those of you going to the Restoration Park, who's going there? I think I heard Ack, Ben, and Ben.
No, I'm going to the counters.
You're going to the Countess. So Ben and Ben are going to Restoration Park.
Ben is going to the park.
That's right.
Then squared.
Okay, so let me set the light for daytime. Okay, it is daytime.
Old vampire's been away.
So, as soon as I find out where your figures are,
Did he spawn?
because it does not look like they're on here. Okay, I will put the 2 of you. I'm going to activate Restoration Park, and then I'm going to put your characters on in front of the glass arboretum. So that would be Bisque and not Barleybeard, Zordlon. Okay, you guys are there, so you should be on that map. You are free to explore and move around the map as much as you wish. Okay, there is during the day, there is functionally very little threat and so forth. Now, you guys should have Restoration Park as a Let me set it for an all-player thing. It should be on your listing at the top. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to the Caliphos map for everybody else. It'll move you temporarily there, but just go back to the Restoration Park. You're free to explore, the two of you, and discuss whatever you wish based on what you find at the park. Okay? If you have any question about something you find there, let me know. Most of it I think you've already explored. There might be something of note that you have a question on, but let me know if and when you find that. So, in the meantime, who was going to speak to the Countess Califaso?
Yeah, we were.
The three of you? Okay. Just the two of you. Okay. So, what is your approach? You just walking up to her front door and saying, I want to talk to the Countess? Which probably won't go anywhere. Because you guys are functionally commoners trying to get an audience with the Queen. Countess technically, but same sort of idea.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're gonna go through the Palatine.
Yeah, so you talk to the Palatine eye contact, see if they can get us a meeting, or if they know
Okay.
a better way.
Okay. So you talk to the three contacts you have with the Palatine Eye. The adventurer is a foreigner, doesn't have any sway here at all. The other one for the museum comments that every great once in a while she might be a patron at the museum, and she certainly donates funds to it, but he doesn't have any sway with her either, unless she happens to be going to the museum. The other one reaches out, and during the morning, the feedback he gets is that she is currently occupied and will not have time to meet with you until potentially next week due to current activities that she has going. Okay. Because of his contact, she's willing to entertain the possibility of you guys seeing her, but she's far too busy, has too many things going on, and can't meet with you today. Now, if you want, he can continue pushing this afternoon and see if something opens up that she can meet with you, but you'll need to be available to go at a moment's notice.
You want to do that, or should we try to do one of the other people in the? Are we? Because everyone else has had.
Everybody else is all gone at this point. You two are alone here at the theater talking to the guy. He's come. You guys waited around an hour or two. He came back with updates and so forth, and says she's not available currently. She's not willing to meet with you, but there's a possibility something will open up this afternoon. She'll have the opportunity.
Okay.
If so, you'll need to be available, but you'll have to otherwise be sitting around waiting for it.
Yeah. You want to do that, or should we try one of the other people?
Let's try one of the other people.
Okay. Do you think? Do you want to try the general or was it the general? And there was the other one was like one of the nobles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That would be the second son of Valislav, the illegitimate son of the king.
Okay. And it was those two and the cleric that were supposedly in the.
Correct. Renesse lives at the countess's place because she's the adopted son of him.
Yeah.
Of her.
Because I feel like the general might have some more of the bodies, more of the investigation stuff, but the other one could possibly get us to see the countess. Maybe because they're in the house. Does he have like an office that he meets people at, or is it just?
Yeah, he is stationed at Castle Mashir, just south of you.
Okay.
The prison / military / whatever the other one was. I think the legal proceedings. It was like the castle that had 3 different parts, where the judge, jury, and execution are effectively all in the same place.
Okay. Would you want to try the general maybe? Because I feel like he might have some more of the investigation stuff.
Yeah, we can try
Bodies.
him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, try for the general.
Okay. So he sends out some inquiries related to that as well then. And then you guys were going to go talk to the lady in the vampires?
No.
So
No.
3 of us.
Yeah.
Doge man.
Okay, you 3 were going to go talk to them.
To the altar.
You were going to the church. Okay, so the 3 of you were heading back down to the vampires. Once underground, it's pretty much the same as it was the previous night. It doesn't seem like they really get much sleep. Not really needing it. You head down, and she's quite excited when Doe shows up again. She's very fond of him at this point.
Acquired taste.
Yes. Says, "Oh, my tasty dog friend. How can I assist you?"
Well, I was listening to what you were saying last night, and I
Bet
think
you
you're 100% correct that I think that they're coming for you, and we want to protect you.
Well, that's very admirable, but I have plenty of protection, gesturing around the room.
We're trying to. Do you think that the guy that they have in there? Do you think he's the vampire killer?
Luvic says he is, so certainly.
Now, a strong woman like yourself, you wouldn't surely just go off of what some guy is saying.
Well, if the leader of the vampires says it, then it's law. So I have to take it as is. I don't necessarily believe 100% myself. There are some doubts. And certainly your group seems to be investigating the possibility of other threats. I'm far more interested in making sure the true culprit is put to death. If a few innocents need to die along the way, then I'm fine with that.
Now, the rest of the people that have been killed that you had spoke of were also high-level vampires as yourself.
Yes.
And they had many protectors as well.
Not at all times, but yes.
But we were pretty sure of where these attacks are taking place.
Okay.
And if you would be used as bait to bring in this killer, we have just tonight anyway, because tomorrow morning is when
You wish for me to challenge my existence and risk my life?
Oh, there's no challenge. We are unstoppable forces of Pharasma.
You're a strong woman.
Well.
Be our bait.
And
Rather than getting into the philosophical fallacies of the Pharasma religion, I fail to see the need for me to risk my life. What is it? What's in it for me?
well, then you
The truth, the killer. We find the killer, the real killer.
you
Sounds
also-
like if you have theories, you'll find the killer regardless.
Well, you also said that the slave mind minions of the other vampires, which normally would be absorbed by yourself or other high level or Luvic himself, are not curtailing to that control. So whatever it is out there seems to be building an army to pretty much wipe you guys out anyway. And if
Yes, but as you said, Luvic runs the vampires. He's the one at risk for that.
right, but I mean, obviously you're right there alongside him as another noble vampire. If we could,
I can move my party elsewhere.
but it also looks like you were privy to the salvation of your kind, by giving yourself a higher rank as well.
Correct. I've enjoyed the rank that the situation has provided me, but what I'm not hearing is why this changes my situation. Either you'll be successful and capture a different culprit, or the other one will be put to death tomorrow. What is the motivation for me to risk my existence? What is it that I can gain from this? And truth doesn't matter that much to me.
A higher class of.
If you
Trying
had-
to, trying to think like I don't understand this. So
Okay,
social standing, like is she
right.
right below Luvic?
She is a high-ranking vampire member. Okay, but they are their whole class society is based off of strength and might. Okay, Luvic is in charge because he's the oldest vampire.
Yes.
The only way for her to take over is for Luvic to be destroyed. There is no other difference, and since they're immortal, he's not going to just die of old age. So, in her mind, if the serial killer is forming an army and kills Luvic, she moves up. if you guys capture the serial killer and destroy the army, she stays where she is, where she's been for a couple of hundred years. No big deal. So, in order for her to be motivated, she needs something that would give her more power, more influence, or some other capability.
So in other words, us capturing, or her giving the credit for capturing a killer
Still doesn't bring her above Ludwig.
Doesn't make a difference because she knows Luvic tasks you guys with it, and either you're going to succeed and the threat's gone, or you're not and your threat is gone.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you need to give her some incentive from her standpoint of why would she risk her life, and just saying that you guys are tough and will protect her for a 500-year-old vampire is irrelevant. She doesn't believe it. That she's perfectly fine staying here. Now, if there's something you can give her or promise her, that's where she can be motivated to risk her life.
Would she like to be the lead vampire? Like, we could maybe take out Ludwig?
I don't think we throw that out.
I don't know.
Go in an accident, mysterious.
During a sidebar, the witch suggests, why don't we just assassinate Luvic?
What?
Because
is
Desmond wasn't scary enough.
you being obviously successfully surviving as many years as you have, and us being regular old mortals, what is it that we could offer you that would be worth your risk? Because our idea of value is obviously different than your idea of value, and it's hard for us to even fathom what we could possibly give you.
Well, I wouldn't be so crass as to suggest keeping the Shuni, but this ability that this ability that the vampire slayer appears to have to take over the thralls of others would be of value to me. Promise me that knowledge and capability, and I will assist you.
So you just want to be able to take the other... Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I have no issue with her having that kind of power.
Ghost?
No.
What she's saying is that part of the things going on is these vampires have been when their master gets killed, they're supposed to become free-willed vampires. Okay, instead of being psychically slaved to the vampire. So something has affected these new ones. When their master gets killed, they don't become free-willed. They seem to be following the orders of a different vampire, which is not something that typically happens. So she wants the ability to take other vampires' slaves, which, from her standpoint, would be a big gain. From your standpoint, it would move the threat from one vampire to another vampire, who now is not really suspect, but also has the ability to build a big army.
But she's nice, because she dances well.
Right.
Well,
and in all reality,
and
we'll know.
from a religion of Pharasma, would be against your tenets. Okay?
But lion's not against my tenants.
Well, it is.
Not to undead.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just
Just
neutral.
cross your fingers behind your back.
I'm just
when you say it.
I'm flat neutral. I'm not
Okay.
extra good. So,
If he gets the Shining Oath, it specifically says you can do stuff that would usually be against it, to go against
He's
undead.
going to consider them like legitimate authority.
Yeah.
On a side note,
Mm-hmm.
the other night when we were dancing, did you turn me into a vampire?
Not yet.
How many times does it take for you to turn me into a vampire?
All depends how good you are.
I'm not very good. Just a dog. So, she's not a succubus. She's a vampire.
yeah.
So I'm a vampire now.
No, not necessarily.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Time.
So what happened? I'm going to try to gain as much knowledge, not in a confrontational
Right,
way.
right.
I just want to.
Functionally, when they turn you into a vampire, they drain your life due to blood loss. You become a vampire, and you become psychically locked to their demands.
Okay.
Okay, basically you're a slave to them until they die,
Okay.
which is referred to as a thrall. So you still keep all your mind about you, keep your whole personality. You just become a vampire with all of its pros and cons. But anything they wish for you to do or not do, you don't have a choice. You're a puppet to them.
Okay.
Okay,
To die from blood loss.
Okay.
correct.
You have to switch from bloodhound to hound.
Yeah, anti-bloodhound.
So is that what you're trying to do? Is turn me into a vampire?
Depends. I'm fairly selective, but from what your champion tells me, I may no longer need to create my own thrall soon.
Oh, because we're going to give you the ability to turn everyone.
Correct.
I got you. That's good. That's good.
So then, yes, you will come to the surface tonight and be
Sure.
the bait.
wow.
Okay.
What happens if we don't get the person though? Because is there a catch for you? Because then you've done all this and we're not able to produce.
I'm putting my trust in you. If you fail to live up to your side of the bargain, then I have my own agents that will exact revenge.
You're not supposed to ask such things.
Well, I'm asking that because I would prefer to know up front what
Right.
I'm getting into.
No,
So-
she's going to assist you
Mhm.
with the promise that the three of you are making, that at the end of this sequence, she will gain the knowledge and abilities to take over the thralls of other vampires.
How can
So,
we promise that?
because he did.
Yeah. I mean, this other creature has to have something, an
Yeah,
item.
but what happens if she can't?
Three of them:
actually
the
do
witch,
it?
the champion,
What
and
happens if
She'll
Doge.
have, she'll have the item, and whatever it is that's allowing
Right.
him to do that.
Now, behind the scenes, he's thinking, well, she's an undead. I don't have to keep my word with it, which is perfectly fine. But if you don't keep your promise, she has means to strike back at you.
And I'm linked to her.
You
She's
are.
going to tell me what I'm going to do.
Yes.
Okay. Sure.
You might very well be one of her agents. Doge smacks the paladin.
What's a stronger draw? What's a stronger draw? Her or that pool of water?
Pool of water, I'm there.
He's over there like, sorry.
That is a good question because
Mm-hmm.
if it's an inviting pool of water, it's automatic.
Okay.
Just saying.
They can't cross running water.
That is good news. If he gets turned into a vampire, all you have to do is show him fighting like a water, and he jumps in there and dies.
Yep.
Somebody unless it make it holy water first.
That's right.
So basically, he's
As
a
long as the
suicidal
water's running,
vampire.
he'll just die. It's a vampire.
Okay. So, shall we say 10 p.m.?
Yeah, sundown, that works.
Well, sundown's a little earlier than that.
But yeah, 10 p.m. that works.
Yeah,
really
the
well.
sun doesn't work well against my complexion.
Do you have any general ideas of where we should be in that park?
You tell me.
So she's not going to help us at all.
No, we just need to place her.
You've asked her to be the bait.
Hey, I know.
She'll be the bait.
We'll meet outside the flower house, the greenhouse.
Okay.
Okay. I understand, being of the religion I am, what it takes to kill one of you, but I need to take this murderer alive, if possible.
What-
Is there a restraint that you know of that would allow us to, other than a stake through the heart, will slow you down? But you're
I'm not going to
get that
share any such
Just think
secrets.
so.
Yeah.
Just trying to throw. Hey, how do I kill you and all your friends? No,
Kryptonite bullets.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
no.
Burn it. We don't-
No, she doesn't seem willing to share any vampire weaknesses with you.
Yep.
So,
Even though we're trying to capture the one?
well, no, because any vampire weaknesses she shares, you could use against her.
Right, but I wouldn't do that. 'cause
Well, we
we're
figured
connected.
out the weaknesses.
You wouldn't, but the rest
whenever
would.
We got the Palatine Eye.
Right. Well, that's Palatine Eyes.
Right, you have other sources that may or may not be
Right.
accurate. obviously a vampire could tell you the most serious
Exactly.
weaknesses,
Yeah.
but she's not about to do that because
hangnail.
Damage.
that weakens her situation.
Yeah.
So
Vampires are very weak to negative energy.
that's right. Yeah, we absolutely hate unholy.
Just watch it. Since you have to
Yeah.
Okay.
you're gonna end
Was there anything else you wish to do while you're in the Vampire Underground?
Let's go talk to the other guy.
To Livik or the?
Oh, I didn't get a
the
chance to
giant
talk to
priesty
the
dude.
guy that wouldn't speak to anybody. What are we trying to
Yeah,
find
maybe
out from him?
talk to dog.
I mean, I'm half related to him now, probably. So
Probably.
And Doge's pit bull or whatever look he has, the pug,
Yeah.
slowly turned into a Rottweiler.
That's right. Big,
Big,
fangs.
longer fangs.
Pointy ears.
I'm just saying, no one was able to
Right.
get through. I wasn't around that.
I mean, you and the witch are really
You wanna talk to
honestly.
him?
Yeah.
What are we
Okay,
trying
so-
to
I
find?
don't-
What
so-
are we trying to find out from him?
So any information on the recent vampire slayings is what it is.
So
now,
the same-
He's the lead investigator.
He's
Yeah.
the lead investigator.
now understand.
But he thinks that the guy they have is the killer, though.
Well, maybe. I mean, he was just willing to bring him in. There was enough about him that made him think it
Okay.
was him.
Let's
but
go
if
talk to
he's-
him then.
Right. You know, he'd say, hey, we think there's more. If you guys can actually get him to speak to you, I will stand all the way, like, when that hallway area, I will stand all the way back,
Out of the way.
out of the way, yep, out of visual, out of earshot.
Okay.
Want to go talk to him? Let's go.
Okay. You head over there to the other section, and as before, you find a large chapel to a vampire demonic god. He's leading a prayer for some other vampires.
I try to wait for an opportunity.
Okay.
Probably better.
Okay. Give me a willpower check for both of you.
Oh. So I just click on the wall.
You stop in sight, but outside of the church, and you feel at ease or unease, but not particularly affected as of yet.
Okay.
Okay.
What in the world are you clicking so much on?
I don't know.
It's buying
I'm
something.
searching.
Yeah, I have to individually click the plus to add the round.
Oh.
Yeah.
You could type the number also.
No, I tried clicking the
Oh.
number. It won't let me do it.
Okay.
I gotta individually click it.
Okay. So.
Yeah, put the mouse button.
Okay. Both of you seem unaffected by it, by the aura or whatever. He does certainly give off some spooky vibes from the church and so forth. He has, but you're not sure what the champion is concerned about.
Pansy champion.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of reminds you of your mom's home when, as a young witch, sort of thing. And you seem almost attuned to this sort of thing now.
Yeah, I'm half related. Let's go.
Yeah. So you guys wait for a while, and then he finally has a break in his sermon or whatever. Almost with a bored look, he turns towards you and says, "Yes, surface dwellers. What can I waste my time with discussing with you?"
What, I don't know what we're supposed to be
Us
asking
surface,
him about.
us surface dwellers are interested in finding out if the guy that you captured, because you're the lead investigator.
You have the stench of Lady Evgenia.
I know. That's
Be
pretty
gone.
Cool, isn't it? Whoa.
What can I discuss with you?
Is that the lady I danced with?
Yes.
She was very nice.
Not this guy.
Oh, you don't like her?
No.
Why not? I thought she was a nice person.
He's apparently ignoring him at this point.
It's on you.
So we want to
We
know.
want to know if he actually believes the guy he has is the killer.
Okay. Do you believe that the guy that was captured as the vampire killer is the killer?
And what makes you think that you're worthy to discuss such matters with me?
Because we're trying to find out who is the killer.
Hard bit.
Because I'm a hard.
There you go.
We're trying to find out who did the killing. I know he's not talking to me, so I gotta relay it.
Yeah.
Tell him we're looking for this.
So, if you didn't know before, he
Right. I mean, arguably, he might be physically more powerful than Luvic, and the demon that they worship is all about might and strength. So
Okay.
what he's questioning is, I mean, he's already been demonstrated just by smell to be a weakling, because
Him?
because he gave in to the other vampire. He has no interest in talking to Pharasma because he's an infidel. What he's asking is, why are you worthy for his attention?
So is he a vampire himself?
Absolutely.
He is.
Big, tall vampire, heavy metal armor. He's like a barbarian as a vampire, and obviously ancient.
We just got to figure out if he actually believes that the person that well, first you got to prove your worth to him, because obviously.
What am I gonna say to prove my worth?
Convince him that you're powerful.
Hey, use your lotion.
If I still
Maybe
played a
he's
vampire,
ancient. His
I
skin
could've
must
went
be
over
really
there.
dry.
Or not a vampire.
I'm an all-powerful witch,
Okay.
and
I'm trying to help.
we're trying to help save you vampires from death.
A witch, a hedge witch,
Yes.
comes to our area.
Yes. I don't know what a hedge witch is,
A
but
prim-
I'm
like a novice witch.
That's an insult.
no, I'm the queen witch.
I'm the biggest witch you ever saw. Give me an intimidation roll.
Oh, can it be diplomacy?
No, not if you're trying to be the biggest witch he's ever seen.
She's gonna turn him into a pig.
You're all pigs.
Oh, that's actually not a bad roll.
A 16.
Wow, for
Oh.
her intimidation. That's a
Well,
pretty
the
good
roll is pretty good. Yeah, he doesn't seem impressed by you at all. Your claims otherwise.
Okay. Is he listening to me?
No.
Why won't you listen to me?
So he turns his back on you and goes back to his sermons. After a moment or two, he waves a couple of guards over, and appears to be done with speaking with either of you at this point.
Wow.
Nice dragon.
All right.
Can I
here's the
cast a
deal.
spell on me?
Yes.
No.
A shield comes flying out of nowhere and hits you in the face.
Bonk.
With no written on it.
I cast fairy fire on him. See that?
He's the
That's what he said.
Oh, let's get out of there before anybody says that.
Okay. So they rudely escort you out of the chapel.
Okay, so when we get escorted out of the chapel, I want to go see that vampire chick again,
Okay.
and because I want to know why won't he talk to us?
Because he's an arrogant SOB.
Well, there was extra stuff because he won't talk to us
So
because
if Luvic is the head
Uh-huh.
vampire, will he come with us and make him talk to us?
no, because he basically said, well, "You're on your own."
I don't have a.
That could go over well.
I don't have a
Not good at all.
They can smell if you're alive.
Is there a reason that he wouldn't listen to me
They would
because
know
he
immediately. Just
mentioned
matter
you?
that she's-
Well, yes. Desmond doesn't respect my abilities and powers. He's far more of a physical creature rather than an emotional creature such as us.
Do you think that he could want Luvic's hot place?
Certainly, we all do.
I mean, I see his physical prowess probably exceeds
Ep-
Luvic. Where Luvic,
Functionally, vampire society is effectively a den of wolves.
whoever's
Any
strongest.
weakness,
Yeah.
the next strongest wolf is going to strike.
Gotcha.
That could be this lady, it could be Desmond, it could be the tailor, it could be anybody.
Gotcha.
If they sense a weakness, they're going to strike, and Luvic is out. Okay. Doge becomes the king of the wolves.
That'd be so great.
So, Evgenia is the society person that works with diplomacy and high society and so
That's
forth.
her power.
More political.
Right.
Desmond is all strength, and Luvic is between the two.
Gotcha. With his ancient age.
With his abilities and so forth. So right now, you guys are doing decently well with the political aspect because you have diplomacy,
Right.
but none of you have the strong will to convince Desmond that you're worth his time.
I do.
Someone needs to
No, you don't. You already gave in. You were already part of the diplomacy part. You have her mark on you.
It's because you
And
failed.
my
You don't have a good intimidation either.
mine was that I just out of it. I failed the will test against him, whereas that's why I didn't get a chance for intimidation
Correct.
training because I was already like
Right. You were already
Roasted
broken
white
by the
and
time you
broken.
went in there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
Should have
So.
given you my mask.
Is it possible that he's the killer?
absolutely. It's possible Evgenia
No,
is the
I'm
killer.
talking to the girl vampire. That's what I was.
It's entirely possible. It's up to you to prove.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, you're extremely smart. You can help us a little bit. A little bone here and there. No pun intended.
He needs a bone.
No.
She just reaches over.
Pick one.
Yeah. I know. All right. I
So,
think-
okay.
yeah,
So
I
you
think
guys
that's
head back
it.
up to the surface so that you
Yeah.
can meet up with the group. In the meantime, I think we had a third group going to the Dawn Grace Memorial,
Yep.
which would be you and the priest.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys head to the far side of the city where the Dawn Grace Memorial is. As described before, it's effectively, I think, like a Vietnam memorial. Gigantic wall engraved with the thousands of names for everybody that died in the Crusade, the Shining Crusade. It is tended to by numerous acolytes and lower level priests of Iomade. During the day, it's actually kind of empty. There's not many people here, except for maybe a half dozen low level priests. They see you as one of the few visitors they get, and they pretty much ignore you for after a time, unless you guys specifically want to approach one of them.
So I'll let you do the talking because I can't speak priest.
Can't speak priest?
I can't speak priest.
He doesn't know priest over.
Oh yeah, he's a. Oh yeah.
He doesn't believe any of this stuff.
Yeah. I want to look at the wall though
Okay.
and see if there happens to be any names that pop out of like maybe some of the murderers are like relatives to the people that died in the Vietnam and like maybe their names crossed out.
No, they did. They haven't crossed any of the names out on the memorial.
I'm looking for.
You're looking to see if this person's dead. Scratch, scratch, scratch.
It's
The whole
possible.
dead. The whole dead.
Or I'm just looking for.
Now we got a whole new monument. One guy died. No, these are all the people that died 1,000 years
Yeah.
ago during the Crusade.
I'm looking for like signs of relation, I guess.
Right, if their ancestors are somehow related.
Yeah,
Okay.
related.
Possibly,
and
you know.
to, like, yeah,
Okay.
Killing the actual
that's what I'm looking for.
nobility.
Yeah.
So this other
And I'll take some time to admire this.
So you're
Sure.
able to flat out ask, hey, are you trying to, like,
It
go
does
murder
appear to
somebody?
be
Yeah.
high quality marble.
But I don't know
not
if
from
that's-
this
is all
region.
rumors.
Okay.
Um,
So maybe
I don't know if you have any knowledge related to that sort of thing. Okay.
be like, listen,
Want me to roll?
Sure.
There's two.
there is-
The murderer is not here.
I got pull one.
I believe we will
It looks like it was imported from far off Varizia
Yes, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
they'll be
for the monument.
Somewhere up here.
Iomade not
is-
welcome.
Doesn't have any
inside the
particular
city. It's a
qualities
city of
per se, other
Jerusalem.
than being
So
particularly
that's
expensive.
why they're-
And known for the fact that it will
So
absorb
the
and reflect
Countess
the heat from the sun.
her castle is outside the city
Okay.
walls. She's not inside the city.
Mm.
As sort of a reflection of Iomade.
It might be something in that person. You could ask them if they think that.
So
I mean, it doesn't. I guess that one doesn't really
I
have
get
a lot to
Chad
do
in
with
a suit of
Should we-
a marble suit of armor.
stone, because that'll be practical. Stand still, it's stone skin.
He was out doing stuff. It was because he was ready because he was
Enough strength, doesn't he?
and not
Can't
because
move.
he was
Yeah, well, that's a side effect.
They actually eating
So,
why are we
one of the
going to
acolytes
Carrion
approaches you after a bit. Says, "Greetings, sister. How can we be of assistance?"
Is the leader of your group available today, or
Sister Margaret.
is she the head of your?
Well, she's the one that runs our daily studies and efforts. You can certainly speak to her. Is there a problem?
No, we were just we're visitors to the area and wanted to talk with her for a little bit if we could.
Okay. They lead you over to one of the several gardens around the area, and you see a older priestess tending some flower beds. They introduce you to Lady Margaret. She stands up with a bit of a hobble and says, "Yeah, how can I be of assistance? Don't normally get visitors during the day here."
Well, we're new to the area and we think your monument is very nice. Can you tell us more about your monument and your
Certainly. And she goes into the whole touristy thing of 5 minutes talking about the history of the monument and so forth, how it was imported from far off Varizia. It's crafted from a rare marble that worships Iomade and reflects her brilliance. How all of the heroes of the Shining Crusade who personally worked to defeat the Whispering Tyrant, or the Tyrant of the Land, are immortalized on this and have been for 1,000 years. And it's because of the blessings of Iomade that they were able to bring this gift to the city of Caliphos.
Make your stomach turn a little bit each
That's
time
right.
she says it.
No.
It must be difficult being a different religion, being out here on the outskirts rather than within the city. It must be.
Well, Caliphos has never really been fully open to the ways of Iomade, but out here we get far better sun anyways. The tall buildings of the city and the fogs and everything hide the brilliance of Iomade and her light.
Have you heard of any unusual things happening within the city? Have you heard anything out here?
We and the other sisters here generally stay on the outskirts. We don't really meddle with the affairs of the city themselves.
Mm-hmm.
There's always rumors and discussion, but nothing out here. I just wish more of the locals would come visit the monument.
So, what rumors have you heard? Have you heard any?
All the usual ruffians and crime and other problems with that. Those of us who live in the light don't have that problem.
Is there anyone like for Iomade, anyone like in a higher setting, like a higher clergy person other than Sister Margaret?
Well, our order is led by, what was the name? No. Indraden. Yeah, Indraden Corbacus. He's the leader of our order here.
Is it possible to ever meet with him at all?
Certainly, he does sermons most Sundays, but he's been out of town for the last couple of months. He's traveling.
No idea how soon he'll be back.
No, I've heard he's supposed to come by in a few more weeks, but he's been traveling for quite some time.
Where does he live here near the monument or like in town? Or?
No, he has lodging here at the church.
Okay.
So
Okay.
okay. So feel free to continue looking around. Ask your friend not to mar any of the stone.
He's
over there.
What have the sisters heard of about scratching out names?
He's mumbling. Use your inside voice.
Give me a perception roll.
Okay. We get a bonus because I'm looking at stone.
No.
Okay.
Writing in stone does not apply.
Magnifying glass. I don't have a magnifying glass.
Magnifying glass would apply in that case. I could see that.
I'm trying to find the perception.
Okay. Amongst the names, there are probably no doubt a large number of them that are familiar or similar to other names that you've encountered. Either ancestors or just coincidence. Like seeing several John Smiths or something like that. But nobody really stands out as particularly unusual.
So they kept commenting how they don't get visitors in the day. Is it common for people to visit at night?
No, they don't get visitors generally at all. They just
okay.
comment about the day because that's when they're normally attending the place.
Oh, okay.
Now, for basically what they're saying is Ioma Day is not really a major religion in this region. So, although they have this big memorial trying to attract attention, the citizenry of the city don't really care about it. So, visitors out at this memorial are very few and far between. They certainly don't get anybody at night, at least none that they've ever seen.
Does your cleric hang around? Does he, like, who does he usually do visits or, does he see, like, what kind of,
The high priest,
Yeah.
the way she describes it, he comes here maybe every 3 to 4 months. He'll stay for a couple of weeks and tend to basic business, give some updates from the church, and then he travels on to the next town where he runs different areas. But he's basically like a standard district manager type thing where he's moving around different locations, keeping everything operational. And Sister Margaret and the other nuns are really the ones doing day to day. But since they don't have very many visitors, and it's a stone memorial, there's not a whole lot of maintenance or things to do, so they tend to the gardens and do whatever prayers that they need to for the locals that happen to visit. So. Okay, so you guys meet up at the Harrowday Theater in the early afternoon. You've used about half the day at this point. You got another 4 hours if needed, and can compare notes.
So I went through my shining oath,
Uh-huh.
and I don't think I'd probably be as negatively affected. Just it says I must end the existence of the undead I encounter as long as I have a reasonable chance of success, which I've had no reasonable chance of success at all.
Okay.
There. So I don't feel quite as terrified as the loss of my god currently.
Okay.
So yeah, we all throw our hats in the ring with all the information we found.
Yep. Looked at marble all day.
Guys, I'm a vampire, by the way.
We can maybe get an audience with the general, possibly, because the Baron lady, the Countess,
Yeah.
it's like we could have tried to
It's
press
wrong.
for it,
We've
but
had
we
werewolves.
probably
Yeah.
wouldn't get it.
We're
so.
unfazed after lycanthropy.
Well, I think the only thing we probably could have gotten from her would have been like, hey, no, he was in my castle the whole time doing his business, but really, as a vampire, is going to care.
Yeah.
And I don't think so. So
I don't think the one cleric was involved, like the high priest,
that was
because
probably,
he's been gone for a while,
yeah.
so he probably wasn't involved.
So again, probably more rumors coming from that because he
Yeah.
deals with a lot of humans. The tailor we talked to.
Now keep in mind, though, you had papers written and signed by him.
Right.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
the
well,
tailor had given you a bunch of paperwork
Yeah.
that was correspondence between those three notable people with their signatures and names discussing the plot.
Well,
So that-
maybe he's the headless horseman.
Maybe.
I think the guy that you don't like has got the most to gain from the whole thing.
I think maybe he and the lady that bit you are in it together
Probably.
because of the total dislike he had for you based upon.
Oh, he was jealous. That's right.
Well, no, he just doesn't like you because he thinks you're weak because you like gave it to her, and he only likes strong people. I don't think it's anything personal. I think he just doesn't like you because you look weak.
Yeah, the reason he tolerated the witch at the beginning was because willfully she managed to stand before him
I
without.
didn't even get to do a willful check.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did.
you did.
You
Oh,
rolled.
I rolled
He
good.
made us.
You weren't that intimidated by him. He just refused to talk to you.
You should have used devotion.
Should've.
I'm hearing a lot. Thank you.
I mean, I could always try to talk to him because I have a good intimidation. I have a decent will. I don't know if he'll really want to talk to any of us anymore.
I can transform into a dragon if he wants to see
You
strength.
don't want to start a war.
Well, not start a war, but just be like, hey, check this out. This is what I can
I
do.
don't think he'll be in.
He doesn't seem
Yeah.
entertained.
But
by
that's a spell, and
anybody.
they already said casting spells was going to be a
Weak.
no, not weakness. That was going to be a.
And most of the vampires will react badly to spell casting.
Except for their own, because they're casting.
If they're casting spells, that's okay.
That's right.
Discrimination.
Yep.
Just the nature of spells shouldn't do it.
No.
If only I was still.
And George will react badly to anybody casting
That's
spells.
right. That's right. So maybe all those papers that we have
We could try to present those to the Inquisitor.
to.
I don't know if he'd have those already.
No, the Inquisitor doesn't care or anything of that nature about us whatsoever. But Castle Mashir, where the head guard is for the city,
Yeah, in general.
that might be definitely something that would get us in front of Edward, possibly.
Do we have Modoc's original housing?
Modoc?
Or
Modoc?
whatever the.
I was like, no, but he's got a really cool floaty chair.
I'm talking about the dude that's in prison that's currently being accused. His last name is something like that.
Yes, it is Remaska, Archminos.
Ramaska.
Okay, Minos. Okay. Yeah.
Do we have what from him? Sorry.
Do we know his previous place of lodging, because he had a lab in this town that he tested the stuff. Do we know where that is, and we can go
Countess's.
investigate that self, or we can bypass this whole vampire thing?
Was it the Countess's?
As the Countess.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was all his work was done there.
Wow.
Yeah.
We can, I guess,
Well,
just
you
get
guys
in
still
there.
haven't talked to the Countess yet. You're
So-
supposed to be talking to her this afternoon.
Now,
Well, we didn't sign up for an appointment with it because like she couldn't get us into a week, and we could have tried to push, but we would have had to be ready right then.
Did you guys throw out the fact that we know where her one guy is?
Well, no, we just were talking to the Palatine Eye, who was trying to get appointments. We never talked to her individually.
Right.
We're going through him because we can't just approach.
I'm just saying if we actually use that to the Palatine Eye, maybe that it would be a little bit more urgent because that guy works directly for her.
the
I guess we could try that because we're all here,
And
so
then-
we can send out more favors if we
Let's
want.
do that. And
well, in the Countess side of it, I think it's like, I mean, she's not going to be able to stop the execution. I think her.
no, but she can probably give us some information on him a little bit, right?
Possibly, or we piss her off because the documents don't just have that cleric; it's got her signature on them too.
No, I
She
think
was
it's
No.
the-
It was. Oh, I thought it was her,
No.
the general, and
It was the cleric of Iomade,
yeah.
the general, and then the illegitimate son
Oh,
of
okay,
the king,
She just
previous
adopted
king.
him, but she's
Right.
Gotcha.
Now she's not named in any of this paperwork.
Gotcha.
we could always
Just
present these
my
things.
idea. The overall thing is we're trying to save him because he has information on the Whispering
Right,
Way.
that's
If
the
we
whole
can figure out
purpose.
the information by ourselves, we don't need to deal with this whole side quest, and he can die.
I don't think we can because he was the only one that interacted,
Well, no, his
Yeah.
lab probably has paperwork and stuff.
but we can't get to his lab.
He's a-
necessarily.
He's an alchemist with a lifetime of experience, multiple lifetimes of experience. I don't think any of us would qualify to. This is a red liquid. That's how I would.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, if you're trying to figure out where what he's promised you is information as to where they are going next and what their plans are.
Receipts.
He probably didn't say.
I
Dear
don't think he
diary.
probably wrote it down.
We
Dear
got one more
diary.
bag there. It's got a receipt.
Is it starting to get dark?
Not yet.
We could always
It's afternoon.
show these
You guys are still
documents.
figuring out things. You guys went to scout the park. I don't know if you found anything of note.
I mean, all we did was just fill in the blank spots and that was it.
Okay.
We could always
And I was,
bring this
like in my
paperwork up
message
to
that I
the
sent you, I
general
was
or
also doing
the,
that stuff.
the one.
That's fine.
Not the print.
Was there any questions of things that you found at the park?
We know what's going on.
And I think
I did
that,
have one
that would be
question.
fine
Okay.
after we deal with the vampire side of things.
The
because
bottom right
now it's
of the
just
map,
adding
there's a
more to
little
our plate.
pool.
Well, it
Yep.
could always
No
be
statues
like,
around
well,
it.
Correct.
this is going to
That
be
appears to be a
English
large
would
pool,
start a
reflecting
vampire
pool
war.
similar to the
I
one
mean,
in
I
the
know
north
we want
that's
more
currently
vampires,
under construction.
possibly.
Although there's no sign
We could
of
stop
construction materials,
Vampire wars and like
it
that.
looks
Nobody
like
would care about that.
the
A lot
stone
of people
around
believe
it
vampires even
is
exist.
being
That's-
presumably magically formed
High-level people.
over time.
Okay. And I was also just looking for possible secret passages, stuff like that vampires would use.
That would be the sewer grates.
Yeah, like I'm keeping an eye out where those
Okay.
are in the map.
Okay.
all the sewers.
Yes.
Or I could always
I
try
know
to talk
there
to
are
the Inquisitor,
entrances
but
and
I don't think
exits.
I don't know if that would really do anything for us. I mean, if he'd even want to talk to us anymore.
I would think that, I still think the Countess would be a good person to talk to.
But we're all here at the Pathfinder Eye, so we can send that out to see if it gets her quicker,
Yeah.
because other guys are here. So, I mean, if we want to contact any more people, we can.
I mean, we got 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Let him know it's an urgent matter.
Yeah, it's an urgent matter with dealing with whatever his name is.
Yeah, we could send that out because we're here.
Because I think that would be a red flag, right? I mean, he was right underneath her, right? Like his job was.
He was working specifically for her.
Yeah, I mean, she would want to know where he's at.
So we can
Yeah.
tell them that.
We could
Send
create
message
a
to her.
real complete cluster, man. We could have her going after the vampires while trying to somewhat defend the vampires, and it could be a real cluster. I mean, this is good stuff.
That's right.
Cluster.
Well, I'm ready for vampire combat. I got silver bullets.
Silver bullets work on werewolves, not vampires.
Does
Need-
magic
need
stuff
wooden
do
bullets.
stuff to that? Magic stuff?
Silver works on fire.
Yeah. Cold iron.
So
Cold
is that,
iron.
is that the plan if we speak to the Countess, though? Is that the plan as far as we're gonna let her know everything about the situation?
Let her know that her worker there is.
She's gonna try and retaliate.
I mean,
think.
she's either try to retaliate or she'll try to negotiate his release. I mean, if she has any power in that world at all.
So
But
let's
she
find
seems
out.
to have some because she managed to get this guy shipped in from a different vampire coven.
All right, so let's do it. We'll throw that out to the Palestine.
And
Palestine.
yeah,
Pathfinder.
Valentine's.
I shall contact the Palestinian embassy.
I'm going to
Let's start another holy war.
I am going to spend the rest of my time before we all meet up for dark. I'm going to go to Maiden's Choir after going and purchasing manacles
Okay.
and wooden stakes, and I'm going to come back and try to bless them in the house of Pharasma.
You get silver
Okay.
manacles.
Huh?
Silver manacles.
This,
For himself.
this is how silver handles anything with strength whatsoever. This isn't circle anymore.
Do you think it would be beneficial, like, if me and George
Silver plated.
went down to talk to the Inquisitor? Because we're both stronger characters. Do you have any intimidation?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're good against anti-magic, so we could both try to go down and talk to him.
We talk
He has a
Okay.
stone statue.
Okay,
much priesty.
so you guys go down there. We're basically alternating.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we send in the
Okay.
weak people to soften them up.
Okay, so the two of you are going to go talk to Inquisitor Coat.
Sure. 4 times the charm.
Okay. And the rest of you, you're going to go get some supplies. The rest of you are going to hang out at the Harroday Theater.
We're trying to find. We already sent out a thing
Right, seeing if there's any response from the Countess.
with a little bit more urgent message.
There's
Okay.
the general, we sent that out earlier, and they were going
Okay. Okay. So you guys go down and speak to the vampire. You find him pretty much in the same situation. He doesn't seem to really do much else other than give sermons and teach people about how vampires are so strong and how they should be stronger and so forth. Start off by giving me a will save.
Magic.
Yeah.
Because divine guidance is magic.
Mhm.
It's a natural occurring.
So it could be natural
I
occurrence.
smack the church with my axe and dispel the the effect. Okay.
Well, we'll see you guys in
And so you guys feel at a little unease walking into the place. Feel definitely intimidated a bit by the guy, waiting for a opportune moment. He turns to you and says, "So you and your group continue to debase my temple with your presence. Let this be the last time."
Why are you so rude?
Yes. I agree. You surface dwellers are very rude.
You are rude.
What makes you think that you're any more worthy? They both sit there quietly.
It was your
Where's
idea.
that one?
That was my idea. Well,
Start flexing.
we have defeated many undead and dealt with the Whispering Way before. We've dealt with your kind, so we.
My kind is not the Whispering Way.
No.
We have opposed them for 1,000 years. Yes. As honorable as such efforts would be, those have no sway in my consideration. And certainly killing creatures unlike yourself just for the sport of it has no value. We vampires, we kill to survive.
Guys, I could still be part of the group when I was vampire. I just can only come out at night.
Yeah.
Or carry an umbrella.
We don't need someone to watch and stay awake and do shifts anymore.
Yeah, Doge comes out only at night, and you come out once every blue moon.
That's right. Exactly. We're all set.
Neither of you surface dwellers have anything to say. Then I shall return to my business. I have more important things to do.
All right.
A limitless life does not mean I can waste my minutes.
I don't know what to do. I don't.
You said let's go talk to him. Like, okay, I'll go with you. I have nothing to say to him.
I think that far.
You guys even passed your will save. I didn't even pass my will save.
I don't think I passed my will save.
He turns and heads back to
I don't
his
think
to
I
his
passed
work.
my will save.
But yeah, I had no questions for him. It's like,
What's this statue made out of?
The guards escort you out of the chapel. So, meanwhile, up at the Haraday Theater, word comes back. Two things. One, the general that you're trying to get an audience with, his staff is more than willing to set up an appointment for you. He will be back in town in 3 weeks. He's currently running military exercises in the north due to some problems around the Shutterwood and the werewolves in that area. He was dispatched 2 months ago with the army to go deal with that. Okay. Then you get word back from the Countess Calavaso, who has accepted your request for a meeting. She will meet with your envoys tonight at 9 p.m.
What type of time frame are we talking about from 9 p.m. to we have to meet back at 10
10.
p.m.?
Yep.
How far?
Across town.
Pick one.
Huh?
Pick one.
Yeah, you get one.
So, okay.
It'll be
By
split in a group.
the time, you're going to be splitting the group if you want to attend both. She is willing to meet with your envoys to discuss events and information based on what you guys have shared with her tonight at 9 p.m. after her other activities have concluded.
So, the three of us can't. One of us, we have to go to the.
Right. Well, some of us have to be there at least.
I was never obligated.
Maybe you being
away from the group might not be a bad idea.
Oh my god.
But
The hatred.
he's got to be with the vampire lady.
They're kicking the dog to the curb already.
I don't have any obligations to be with like the bait per se, so I could meet with the Countess with a small group of people if needed.
We need as many people.
We're about to try to stop something that is killing vampires.
Ah.
So, it
And
wouldn't
this
be a
lady
small
that's
deal.
coming to meet us at
Nothing's
10.
gonna happen.
It requires
Alright,
our
so-
trap.
We didn't say come alone.
Right. She could show up with a whole mess of other vampires too if she brings her own protection as well.
Okay, so
That'd
then
be-
I'll go to the park with you guys then. We need someone with good diplomacy to meet with the Countess though.
Or not meet with the Countess. I mean, really.
Don't you think though that the vampire is
Oh,
going
we
to
just
freak
sent
out
a
if I
urgent
don't
message.
show up?
Yeah, then you need a meeting.
We need
Then
a
you
meeting.
don't show up.
Yeah, we must meet with you. Ah, forget it.
Yeah.
Forgot.
Sorry that doesn't work with our time frame. We'll have
Yeah.
to call you tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, really. That's,
Sorry, Queen, can't do that.
Real quick, we at least need one of the 30 people that promised to that promised her that thing,
We need all of our people, honestly.
at least.
Yeah.
Well, does she know though? Is she aware that, like, her vampire or whatever, the guy who's in prison, is going to be executed?
Well,
Yeah.
That's why we got
That
some
you shared that
meeting.
information.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
he's going
Thus
to be
the urgent.
executed by.
So if she
That's-
wants to meet at 9 and it's across town, how fast can you literally make it across town?
Between meeting with her and getting there, you guys can get to either location without any difficulty.
What's
Right.
fast?
Getting to both locations probably is not going to be possible.
Hey, Ack.
What,
Do you
I,
have
what
a
I'm saying
tele-
is
He's
if
got a
someone met
dimension door.
her
Do you
at
have
9,
teleport?
Couldn't I transform
she's
into a
only going to
fly?
speak for 10, 20
But your
minutes.
five speed, your five speed.
But you have the rest of that ceremony and everything because again this is a noble
And fly over the
and
hill.
she's not going to be on
It's
time.
Saturday.
Maybe not a dragon, maybe
Okay.
a pigeon.
Even so, your five speed wouldn't be.
It's not nearly as organized as your appointment is at 9 and at 9:01 you're
So
speaking.
it's like
You
a
know what I'm
doctor's
doing, Karen?
It's a doctor's appointment. Yes.
Okay.
You
Yes.
are aware that she is
The Dr. Countess Califaso is probably going to be running late because she's a noble and doesn't care about the lower the commoners.
most likely
Well,
people.
I think just
You
send
pick
her
which
a
one you
message
want.
saying
You want
we're
yours.
going to attempt to save him by finding
If
the
we,
true
yeah,
killer.
if we can't,
and
if we can't meet sooner than 9, then we'll meet up some other time.
right.
Yeah, she's apparently not available today. She can only meet this evening.
Okay. We'll tell her.
Why not?
I mean, we can send a message to her saying we don't have the ability to meet at 9. We're attempting to stop the.
Let her come meet us
Well,
in
why
the
don't
park
you
at
take-
Oh,
9.
she
Why
won't.
don't you
She's
have
the
like a
noble.
couple-
It's a party! Come
She's
on!
here.
Why don't we have a couple people go over because I think you could go, and then how long does it take us to get back from the Vampire Underground?
I'm sorry, you're going to the Vampire Underground again?
Like we went
We-
down
we
there and
gotta
talked to
meet
the
her at
guy,
10.
and then we're
But
coming back.
by,
here.
by this point, you guys need to choose where you're going and then head out to one of the evening activities.
Okay.
I'm going to the park.
So I mean, if you wanted to go
Yeah,
to the
right.
park, I could, or
Yes,
not the
I
park.
am
If you
the
wanted to
park.
go to the
I am
Countess,
the
I could go to
whole
the
park.
Countess if you
Okay.
wanted. If there's anything else we want.
I'll go to the
Anyone else
park.
we want.
The champion, I think, is suggesting everybody goes to the park. Forget the Countess. Some people are saying go to the Countess.
I think at least one person should go to the Countess. Because it
So
would
she
be
doesn't feel
rude otherwise.
disrespected?
Yeah. Because she only rearranged her day
Yeah.
just for us.
Rearrange her night when you talk about her
Well,
day.
so that's when she's active, obviously.
Yeah, she was unavailable during the day.
I could go speak to her. I just think it would be weird for me not to be meeting with the vampire.
She's sleeping
lady
all
at
day.
night.
Yeah.
If
So
she
you're
wants
fast,
to, she'll
you can-
call you.
You're fast. You can sprint across town.
Just jump
Yeah,
on each
who's
building.
That is
No.
the thing. You could always leave early if you
It's
need
not
to.
that.
Just turn
I'm just
into a
saying, wouldn't that be
bad
a
fly
red
over there.
flag to the vampire?
Go to fast.
Well, it's not. This is at 9, so if you really need to, you could always leave early, and you're pretty
Well,
fast.
he's saying that it's going to be a
Yeah,
delayed
with
thing.
with the noble society and process and everything, it's not like he's actually going to be talking to her at 9.
Okay.
He has to be there at 9, and then maybe 9:30, 9:45, she might actually start talking to him.
Okay.
So there's a lot of other things involved. The end result is, if you're going to go to the park, you're going to be late as far as it. Now, depending on what your plan is at the park, it's not like at 10 o'clock you're going to get attacked.
That's
Yeah.
true.
You're going to be at the park for some time
Right.
until something, if anything, happens.
So the three of us could go, and then it's always, well, you were delayed, you had another appointment, but you're gonna show up late, so three of us could go.
Or 10 o'clock could come by and everything goes crazy.
Right. So I mean, if the three of you go, okay.
Or we have to
Well,
maybe be
The issue,
bait out of the forest, and we all go to the appointment.
Shows up and gets murdered, and we go, see, Ludwig, we took care of the problem. We did it.
Release this guy.
He couldn't have done it.
He couldn't have done it if he's in jail.
Exactly.
By the way, even if he
That
does,
way-
That would give Doe some trauma.
Well, he'd be free.
No, he would be enslaved to the person. Then you would have a connection to the murderer, and we could follow that connection.
Or he could then, the murderer
I
might try
think
to
it's
attack
foolproof.
us.
I'm being used as bait.
Yep.
The circle of bait.
You're a tracking dog.
I think it would be wrong if I don't show up at least.
He'll show up, he'll just be late.
Yeah, just show up.
After she's dead, you're fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, let's find out where everybody's going then.
Park.
I'll go park.
Doge, where you going?
Park.
No fireball.
I gotta go to the park. That would be too weird.
You're far too attached to her.
Yeah, I know.
Bubba Beard.
I guess I'm going to the park.
Bubba boy.
I'll go to the Countess.
You ready?
Park.
Okay.
So
And Jennifer?
three people are
Which is
going
go
to
to
the
the park.
count.
Okay. So the two of you are heading to the Countess. You leave a little bit early, and head down to her location, while the rest of you head to the park. Okay.
Which two are going to?
These two,
Okay.
the barbarian and not barbarian. Yeah, thaumaturge and wizard. Go talk to the Countess.
The ones with the big diplomacy.
Okay. Okay. So shortly before 9, you arrive at the Countess. Appears to be quite a bit of activity here. You wait in line behind a couple of coaches that are headed into the grounds. Seems to be quite a few people going into the place at this point. All well dressed, wearing fine clothes and so forth. You do notice a complete lack of weaponry, except for her guards. Okay, I don't know if you guys have weapons or not.
Yeah, I'll check my weapon. Or whatever they're.
Okay, there's not really a weapon check as such. I mean, there's guards that are looking at people.
Take my weapon.
No.
Take my weapon.
I'm sure it can be invisible, but I don't have the means to make it invisible.
Buried in the yard.
Yeah.
Walk up the line. Who needs a sword?
I guess I'll just have it, and if someone wants to take it, I'll let them have it, I guess.
I have my sword on me.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
not a sword, it's my home.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I gotta put some.
You guys head in. All of the grounds are heavily decorated with a rose theme. Deep red curtains, lots of flowers all over. Gives a fairly sweet smell to the place. And it looks like there's a large party going on as far as the evening. So you guys go in, 9 o'clock or so. There's lots of music, good food, and so forth, and you just sort of mill about trying to figure out what you're supposed to do and how you're supposed to do it. Every now and then, or at about 9:30, there's an announcement as the Countess actually arrives and is introduced to the crowd and everything. She appears to be an older woman, maybe 40, 45 or so. Fairly attractive. She walks in with a large group and then continues on with the party. There's lots of drinking and food and so forth. Around about 10:15 or so, you got a servant walks up to you and disturbs whatever you guys are doing at the time and says, "Excuse me, the Countess said I should say that you were being summoned. She wishes to speak to the two of you."
Okay.
Okay.
We'll go with them.
Okay. Leads you over to the main banquet hall table, where she's currently eating. Has a large spread of food on the table, a bunch of other people around her, and so forth. They pull out a couple of chairs next to her and have you sit down. And she says, "So you're the ones that have know what's happened to my Ramoska?"
Yes, yes.
Okay. And you requested urgent information. Are you going to return him to me? His work is very important.
Well, we need some things to happen with that first. He was, and I'll describe the situation. He was imprisoned by the vampires because there's someone going around killing different vampires and stealing their thralls. And he was imprisoned since he's Nosferatu, since they think he's an outsider, and they won't let him go until the real culprit of the vampire murders has been found. We're hoping to try to find that culprit so that we can stabilize the city, but we need help trying to find that person. Otherwise, they're going to execute him tomorrow morning.
And what assistance do you need from me?
Well, we need information. We're trying to find that person. So our other leads haven't worked, and the people are out of town and stuff like that. So whatever.
People are out of town. Well, okay. So what? I'm still concerned as to what information you might need from me. None of this affair seems to involve me, other than the safety of my servant. Who is it that holds him?
The vampires.
Well, if Luvic wishes a war with the northern vampires, then this certainly is a way to start it. If he kills Ramoska, then his master will certainly respond in kind, and that would start a war between the vampire cults.
We don't want that.
Ooh,
to happen.
we can do so.
Well, no, it'd probably be unfavorable for most of us.
So, do you know anything about the different murders going on?
No.
Do you have more connections or anything?
No, I was unaware there were even murders happening. Who is it that you suspect is causing this?
Well, we found some documents that implicate the, I'll say the priest, the priest, the general, and then the other noble guy. Yeah, the noble son. We found some documentation that
The
suggests
noble son.
the illegitimate son. Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, she seems to stiffen a bit when you say that, almost as if she's offended a bit.
That's her son.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's her
Her
son.
adopted son.
are you speaking of Bernice?
Yeah.
Yes. I would correct you. I understand you might not be of noble blood, but Renice is the true heir, not the illegitimate heir.
Oh, apologies.
So, and he certainly has not been plotting or been involved in any such activities,
Of course, we're just,
and certainly is not capable of defeating vampires. So, I still fail to understand how me or my resources can assist you with your investigation, short of potentially slandering my son.
Well, don't you have intelligence services or things like that? Spies, people that keep a track. Don't you keep track of the vampires to make sure that they aren't
No,
causing trouble?
no. I keep track of the vampires. Keep in contact with me. I have many relationships with them, and equitable trades, and and so forth. I have no need for spies since the vampires do it for me.
And they're not telling you anything about this situation?
No. Until you brought this information to my knowledge, Ramuska had been safely ensconced in his labs in the basement doing his research. I was unaware that he'd even been taken.
What kind of research was he doing?
That is private.
Could it be part of this?
I see no what reason why it would be involved. If the vampires suspect he's the one that has killed these other vampires, then perhaps they have truth. But if he's put to death by the morning, then, as you told me, then it won't bode well for the other vampires in the area.
Who are some of your vampire contacts? Maybe we've overlooked one or two.
She's primarily connected with Rustamar Tyriak, the Count of Varno, which is a different state of Ustalav, and the equivalent of Luvig in a different region. He's the one that runs the Nosferatu and provided the alchemist to her to do the research. So what she's saying is if Luvik kills him, right or wrong, he's effectively gone to war with the Count of Varno, and his vampires will strike back. And what Luvik was saying initially is that if the vampires go to war, the casualties will be the people. So,
As in the surface people?
yes.
That's good information.
Why would they be the surface? Why would the surface people be targeted?
No, it just happens.
Yeah. A collateral, and B, wounded vampires have to eat.
Does she know anything more about the cleric or the general? Like any more of their rumors about them or motivations or anything?
She confirms that she's aware that they've left town several months ago.
Okay.
She's surprised at any thought that they might be involved.
Where did they go?
The one general is running military exercises near the Shutterwood due to recent uprisings from the werewolves, and the other priest is a traveling priest. He only comes to town every few months from the Church of Iomade.
Maybe you guys can mention her as bait.
Get all the countess.
Do you have any of this would-be proof that implicates either my son or these other notables?
Who had the documents? Who was holding on to those?
We've gone over it. If you were going there and wanted them to take, you would have had them.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'll present her the documents.
Okay. She takes a quick look at them and says, well, this is why I generally don't put much faith in you would-be investigators. Obviously, these are fake. Throws them back at you. That signature, I know not whose signature those are, but they are not of the general, the priest, or my son.
Can I see if she's lying?
Sure. Give me a blind GM roll for perception.
He's got a
Question
question
mark.
mark.
Yep.
High score question.
You question her motives.
Blind GM roll. No, blind GM roll.
It says blind.
That's private.
Well, what difference?
That lets you see.
Private means you and I see. Blind means you don't get to see.
I want to see.
Well, she seems straightforward and, if anything, frustrated and annoyed at the whole line of questioning and the accusations. And at this point, functionally done with the conversation. To her, from her attitude and appearance, she's basically of the opinion she was here to have fun tonight, have a party, and you came to her with what she views as false accusations based on falsified documents and forgeries that she can dismiss at a moment's notice. So she tosses it back to you, grabs her glass of wine, heads off onto out into the party, leaving you behind. Meanwhile, grab the food.
Let's grab
Now,
some food.
when I got the items, I didn't find wooden stake in there, but
Okay.
I just
Sure.
the wooden stakes. I hand out wooden stakes to the rest of the group that's here.
Okay.
These are real wooden stakes that stick around, and we need to.
These are real wooden
What
stakes.
kind of wood is it, are we talking? Is it alder, mahogany? Is it?
Yes, all of it.
Okay, so we have, based on where you guys are at, we got Arius, Barleybeard, Bisque, Delia, Vampire Doge, and Tespa. Okay, so you guys are here. We have
She's gonna take control at some point.
Lady Evgenia and
100%.
it is night. Okay, so you guys are gathered around the statue of the general. As you guys are hanging out, trying to figure out everything, at precisely 10 p.m. in the distance you can hear the church bells ring 10 p.m. Lady Evgenia steps out of the shadows and says, "I'm here." She seems far more serious at this point, wearing much better clothing than the party gowns that she had beforehand.
I told you guys she'd show.
Dressed in stereotypical leathers and so forth, ready for a night of hunting.
Does she have any weapons other than her own physicality?
Nope.
And do we? Not that they couldn't hide well in the dark.
okay.
Are they? Does she seem to be alone?
She seems to be.
Okay. Alrighty. So you said that you were aware of these attacks and where they happened. Was it just random places inside the forest, or is this?
Well, there have been no witnesses to the attacks. All we know is several of the victims have gone missing in the park.
While they were hunting.
Correct.
Alright.
So but they would go missing wherever regular people would be because those vampires were hunting regular people, right?
Well, yeah.
Correct.
So
Pathways.
it's going to be pathways. It's not going to be just random spots, right?
Correct.
Alright. Well.
Yeah, I mean, any regular person would be walking the paths
Right.
at night. They're not going to do anything else. They would naturally or most likely be attacked there. So the question she has is, what would you like her to do?
Not kill anybody.
Preferably.
Well.
Are you hunting tonight? Or can you not hunt tonight?
No, I've already dined.
Wonderful.
She's
But
and Doge just drops.
that's, I was going to set up in this tree because it gives me a good view of 4 different roads.
Well, I think we're gonna need to move around. Like if we just stand here, that's
Yeah,
not much of a trap or
no.
bait.
No, we
So-
don't.
I think she needs
If
to
it-
hunt, and we split up throughout the park, so we always have eyes on her till the situation happens. Because her just standing out in the park's kind of
Well,
strange.
right. So if she and Doge take a stroll,
We'll take a stroll.
I will-
and
I
I
will
know you're
tail
not
them.
hunting, but we're going to act like you're hunting.
and I will tail closely behind them as well.
Shouldn't we be hiding somewhere as well, though, so they don't see all of us? Or we should act like passerbys in the park?
Yeah, because
Absolutely.
fully armored people walking the park
Right.
is not suspicious.
I don't even
Yeah,
have
ki-
clothes.
Right.
Which is a completely different sort of suspicious.
Yes.
But keep in mind, 99% of the people you've seen at this park are, other than the town militia that patrol during the day, they are unarmored, wearing normal clothing. Maybe higher end clothing, but it's not like George is saying, they're not wearing armor, they're not wearing weapons, etc. Armed people are naturally going to draw some extra suspicion.
Alright, so the heavily armed people we're gonna need to hide.
Well, I don't necessarily I don't have armor on. I just have explorer clothing.
Okay, so then you could easily be a pedestrian.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. I can be a pedestrian. You can be a pedestrian.
I can't. I got. I'm
You got no idea. You just went around with that.
I actually thought maybe I would just find somewhere to hide and my bird can
Mhm.
fly
Mhm.
and watch.
Sure, that'd be easy to do.
Yeah. So we got a few people.
And then if
hiding.
anything happens, I got telepathic
I guess I should
communication or whatever. with
Right,
bird.
the bird can communicate with you if it sees anything, and being a bird, it's going to be a lot more concealed flying in the sky
Right.
than anything else.
And if she's strolling with you, Doge,
Well, I guess that's the other question. Am I hunting?
You don't have a, I mean, you don't, other than your Shuni background, you don't have any particular desire to.
you got a thirst.
I'm just wondering
Yeah.
if I'm thirsty for blood.
No, not currently.
Is it a full moon?
She does playfully suggest perhaps you should go off into the park and she'll hunt you.
Oh no.
Oh, that's adorable. It's like a Disney. Love Steve.
That's right.
God.
Whatever it is you make.
This is gonna be funny. If it turns out with something like that.
That could be a possibility, though.
What?
I mean, if you guys want to go into there and hunt, that's fine. I'm going to.
So you should have a complete view, I believe, of the park. You are free to move around, set yourself up wherever you wish. A couple of you do have light spells that we have lingering from previous. I'm assuming you have those going, but we can adjust them if necessary. You may position yourself wherever you wish in the park accordingly. It's right now it's 10 o'clock. From a vampire action sort of thing, I mean, anytime after sunset, they could be active.
Your bird, you're just gonna have up above.
Okay,
Circle
so
Correct.
Bird, keep an
Collide
eye
with a
out.
wall?
if we're going by the plane of
Yeah,
you're being
the
trees or walls.
hunted.
The underbrush it blocks your line of sight in
If
through the
Doge
trees
is gonna
after a
be
certain
hunted
distance.
and we're
So I
pedestrians,
can't go
we
into the
should
trees
walk in a
really.
You
similar
can.
area to
You
them.
can. They're blocked as far as
So you can see the
visibility,
whole
but
thing.
I think they block it actually as walls.
So
Yeah, so you
if you guys could like
Yeah.
act
It won't
could,
like
you could move
more
up adjacent to
southward,
them, I guess.
it'd be a good
Say it
place
there.
for us to be.
Yeah, it's gonna say.
Okay, so we're
Yeah.
gonna just
Anything to go to the tree.
It'll take you guys till maybe 11:30 or so to get to the park, assuming that's where you're going afterwards.
Doge has gone all the way to the water.
Or
Okay.
Is that water?
do you want
Hey
invisibility?
Dad, I would
Yeah.
like to climb this northern
I can
tree
cast
That's fine.
invisibility.
directly north of me
Okay.
and then be up there
I don't know if that does anything to
with my rifle loaded with the silver
Well, I've
bullet.
got-
detract
I've got
from
like
the
stuff.
smell that.
No. They can still smell. Like they have They have a scent ability. They can smell beating hearts and blood and all that good stuff. But then, I mean,
Could you possibly put marks on the map where I know of grates that vampires could enter and exit?
They're marked.
They are.
Like there's one here.
Oh, that's what they are.
Within the park, you didn't find any.
those is way off
Even in the
woods.
tree line?
Doge is near the pool.
There were no. I mean, whatever you found is what you
Proper
found.
Doge fashion.
Oh, I got it. I don't have. Do I have a light still?
Inside the park, they wouldn't normally need
Yeah,
drains because the water would drain into the soil itself with the vegetation. The only place they need drains is where it's paved or there's heavy rock.
Oh, I should have probably targeted
Okay.
you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I have an idea. What if, like, I walk with Doge, but like, do we have like
You
shackles
really
and
can't move
everything?
anywhere, like unless. it's
You gave us like
completely
stakes
outside.
and rope and stuff, right? Alright.
But you
So-
can if she says like if she's standing in the adjacent square to the trees, can she say she's in? Because
Yeah.
anything that's got a tiny little bit of a tree doesn't allow you in there. There's no.
It won't block you. It won't let you pass that.
No.
You're gonna get
Yeah.
hunted by her.
Okay.
And then if
Completely
she
empty
gets
trees.
hunted by someone,
If you're off the
I'm
trail,
going
I'm
to
fine with you
immediately
being
try
hidden
to
in the trees.
apprehend
That's
whatever is trying to hunt her.
and then if needed,
Or
turn
what I
into a
can do is just remove all the walls because it's not really relevant. They were originally intended to be a means of,
Keeping you on the path.
well, no, identifying everything that's there, or limiting your visibility. But if you guys have explored all the walls,
Oh my.
yeah, now we can move through trees.
yeah, now you should have full visibility of the park and ability to move wherever you wish. Now you're still limited based on your respective field of view and your visibility with light, although the light goes quite a bit further.
Did you cast that on?
I'd like to hit, I'd like to
Yeah, it's
try
just,
to talk to the rocks.
T.
Doesn't matter.
They give you a stony response.
Well, I'd like to do a check.
They speak in a gravelly voice.
But I would like to try to use consult the spirits by talking to the rocks.
You gotta consult the
Of
spirits?
course, out of all the places
Okay.
we chose to
Consult the rocks.
And who'd you think I was
I
gonna
feel like you
choose?
should
Yeah,
wait
good
to
point.
cast light before, because then they'll know the.
Well, I don't care where. I mean, there's no
I'll do
secret
the-
to where
I'll do
I'm
the
at.
blind
I'm not a
GM,
hiding
is not
guy.
supposed to know. So,
I tried to cast light on Arias,
Okay.
but
Did you put the spell effect on Arias?
She targeted me. And
Okay, so that's because you can't actually drop it on another player. There you go.
well, they can take the icon off of the chat thing and drop it on them. I think that's what it's meant for.
Okay, so Arias could drop it onto him. So right now I have Arias with light.
okay.
and I've enhanced
also-
my
He is also encumbered and clumsy.
Why?
Probably picked up some stuff.
I'm just double checking what it was.
So it looks like 2 people have light currently.
Who else has one?
At least 2 people have. You do.
You can take my light off.
Okay, your light is off. So Arias is the only one with light currently.
and
which-
then I did an enhanced senses on me, so I should have dark vision.
Okay, is that a spell?
Yeah. So I need to like.
Cast a spell.
Drag and drop. Should you cast this
After you cast the spell, it'll put a spell effect.
way to shrink that light spell.
Nope.
guess you can always
I know the lights up.
Okay, enhanced senses. No, it doesn't have any spell effect dark vision. So let me just add dark vision too.
Greenhouse and at the 2 pool areas.
And you have dark vision.
Okay, so the plan is to
There you
get
go.
you hunted.
So you should be able to see everything. Everything that's black and white is your dark vision.
So we're using you as bait for the bait.
Yep.
So we need some kind of
Caca.
Yeah.
Caca.
Oh, you'll know when if
If
I
you see something.
His,
If
his
you
form
see something
his form of
nobody else
caca caca is bang.
Right, right, which makes sense. But if he doesn't see anything, or it's we need everybody to be able to have something that, like,
Are you gonna distribute wooden stakes that you bought?
I did.
Yeah,
Oh.
he gave us a
I
steak.
said you all got wooden.
Okay, I
A
must
wooden
have been in the
stake.
back
Okay. So is everybody good with where you're at?
I'm
I was-
going to
I was
need.
originally
I'm
talking
probably
to
gonna
stones.
need means.
You-
of
right, you were talking
restraining
to the
said
stones.
vampires since all
I was
men
doing
want
it there
to
because that's
being
the
That's
bait
fine.
for
focal
bait.
point of the place.
Okay, consult the spirits. 10 minutes to do once a day, and this is using nature.
Yes.
Near us.
Okay.
That's why we're hiding.
Well, I'm a
Fleshies.
common civilian,
Fleshies and stuff,
like,
but I was maybe
I don't-
doing nature for me talking
Well,
to stones because I can they already talked to me to give me the tremor sense.
Okay.
I blend in.
Okay, give me
I
a
did
nature roll.
already. I privately rolled it to you.
Yeah. Okay. And this tells you, with success, answer 1 question or 3 questions.
Critical fail is 3 benevolent questions.
Nature. Can answer questions about natural features like the location of nearby water or plant life.
Experiences with that, right?
No. Nope.
Wow. Okay. I guess if it responds, I guess we'll ask how a day is and stuff because I guess I don't
How you doing? Fine. Spell's gone.
What if we have like an alarm spell that we can cast on the vampire?
Okay, so
So she can
yes,
hear
the
and
stones
set off?
respond.
Okay.
The 2 areas that the stones seem to be the most disturbed by are the pool to the south.
Okay.
They feel that the spirits comment about how unnatural forces have been reshaping the land in that area.
Okay.
Okay. They also comment about the stone ring to the north here,
Okay.
saying that a lot of creatures have died in that area.
Okay.
Right to the north.
Okay. I guess I will tell Arius. So there's a stone ring to the north where apparently creatures have died. That sounds like vampire-ish things.
Sounds terrifying.
Yes. And there's also supernatural forces over by the pool to the south that's messing with the stones that we should stop.
Alright, so I will
the one that we're
speak
at.
to the vampiress
Yes.
if she knows anything about the stone ring that's to the north of here.
Oh, that's the slaying stones.
Is that where you guys take your feast to?
Generally, yes. When you hunt people here in the park, it's generally bad form to eat on the road, so they dispose of the kills over at that ring.
Okay.
It's off the trail. Occasionally, it's a good spot to find children and other meals.
Oh, that doesn't. That's goosebumps. in
Okay,
my arms.
Doge. Did you do it
And
for a
then,
Scooby snack if you lie on that stone?
And then do your people have anything to do with the water in the south?
I was told that Merrick, the vampire that guards the entrance to the underground, used to be a druid in life and tends to the Restoration Park. That area is her current project to reform the pools and the nature in that area.
We also like you know that you're still working in that area.
Well, then our
The stones have spoken.
yeah. So it's done.
I
Okay.
am.
Does Merrick have any?
The water down south?
Yes, is it invited?
It is.
Not again.
Okay. You going for a swim?
Does Merrick pose any threat to you? Do you think? Is he?
Merrick?
Yeah. Just another level or equal in power or?
None as of yet.
Okay.
They're both powerful in Matrix.
It's weird.
And maybe you should go hunt, and we will. You want Doge to accompany you, or as a tandem hunt, or?
No, I thought I was hunting Doge.
Oh, well, okay then. Then we'll.
I've already taken off. I'm already swimming.
I'm right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can be
So
like,
we will. We will wait for contact and. Doge and you can.
So she's supposed to just wander around the place until something happens?
no, keep her there. I was like right here, kind of near the light, sort of, and I know where Doge was, so I can just kind of
Doge, they need need you to go over there and be a victim for a second.
I thought she was supposed to be hunting me.
She's more than willing to do so, but I mean, she's only going to hunt you for so long before she either eats or gets bored. So the question is, if you guys are staking out the park for the night,
Yeah.
where do you want her to go?
I would
My
say
guess-
by the stone circle.
Yeah.
By
by
this-
the hunting
because that-
area up
Because
north.
that seems like where he would strike and wait for the person.
Right. And
Because the vampire's over there eating the person on the table, they're not looking behind them.
Yeah.
Buy this thing.
yeah, if she was over there like she was eating something.
Yeah.
Then-
It does.
Yeah.
So you want me to go back to the ring?
And be
Okay.
eaten.
I can do that.
we all need to take
Don't
position.
really do
though.
anything for a Scooby snack.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
You'll
into
be a
this
sacrificial
very-
lamb, okay?
Would you like this
We're
apple
being
here now?
very ready
A
to
sacrificial puppy.
Silver bullet.
We'll move to there.
The pool at the bottom. What does it look like their project was? Like if I go over there, I'm not gonna move unless you want me to move my toe down.
It looks like they're working on using stone shape and equivalent spells to reform the land, to expand it. But only the northern part is actually constructed.
Is this
The
the
southern part
sacrificial
appears to be completely wild nature.
So terraform over 'cause I
Right.
really like,
But from what the vampire says, the vampire that guards this area is was a druid in life and has a fondness for nature. So her statement is less that she's constructing the pool and more that she's unconstructing the pool and bringing nature back.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of just
Trying to figure out
climb
whether or
onto
not
the.
the vampire
Yeah,
was
no.
constructing it or
You
not.
gain any
so
check?
I can
No,
remember.
she's deconstructing it.
He's got you.
Well, I'm gonna climb onto the bark of this tree, sort of like
And the
just watch.
serpents with
Like a
the
gecko?
stones were
Yeah.
assume the
Okay.
tremors
Gecko
was the constructed part.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so you head in there. There does appear to be a inside. There's 3 stones, sort of like a mini Stonehenge, sort of thing, arranged roughly in a circle. Inside the center of which there's no vegetation, but an overabundance of brittle sticks,
What are brittle sticks?
like small twigs, things like
Oh.
that.
snacks made of brittle.
Human brittle.
Turtle snake.
Okay. She moves in and questions how realistic do we want to make this?
Smell of blood will bring it.
Don't kill me and don't turn me into a vampire, please.
Whatever gets the most views.
Don't kill you. Okay.
Point on TikTok.
Everybody else good where they are?
I'm in a tree. Biscuits in a tree.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe about 10:45 or so. You see 2 figures appear on the path entering the park on the north side.
Do you see 2 figures?
No, he put a marker up here towards the top.
I'll put some tokens there just so we have something.
I shall watch him.
They enter the park and fairly casually stroll south along the path. Appears to be a man and a woman, dressed in evening wear, a heavy cloak for the chill of the night, walking through the park hand in hand.
Do we account for 2 hunters?
they have any symbols on them?
No.
Okay.
She leaves you behind and heads south through the underbrush.
Oh.
She leaves me behind.
Mhm.
Alright, I'm gonna start to follow her then.
Yeah.
Okay.
The bird follows our tail.
As I see her leave, I will move south. Figure.
Spotlight moves.
Bright lights move through the trees.
I think we should dismiss that spell.
I didn't see where she went though.
Southwest.
South.
Yeah, south,
Is there a character image for her too?
yeah.
Okay, so you guys are all moving about in the trees. Give me a stealth check for everybody that's moving.
Alright.
Move.
I was on the path with a bright light. Yeah.
Right.
My stealth is
Stealth
0.
Stealth. Stealth is proficiencies.
That looks perfectly fine.
Okay. So you guys can see Arias moving down the path towards the statue, bright light shining throughout the night. The couple pauses and watches the light move around. Bisk, you see the vampire move out from under the undergrowth, steps out onto the path and addresses the two and says, "Good evening, madam. I wonder if you might help me for a moment." And without pausing, strides right up to him.
That's what she did to me.
Gosh, yes,
You
she
doing anything?
I'm gonna keep watching until I see signs of aggression.
Okay. You see signs of aggression as she reaches them. She reaches out very quickly, grabs the lady, bends her over, and bites her neck. The guy shrieks and takes off at a run. Blood dripping from her mouth. She calls back to you. "Perhaps you should stop them before they call the alarm."
I'm going to jump from the tree and attempt to tackle down the guy who's running.
Okay. So Bisk dives from the tree. Give me an attack roll.
This
Alright.
is funny.
Attack roll.
I mean,
All
you
I
want to
said-
be realistic.
All I said was I was going to tackle him, so let's
Yes.
see. What would I want to do the attack roll? Would I want to do like acrobatics?
Athletics or acrobatics is fine.
Alright. I got a better acrobatics. I'll do that.
It does a cartwheel.
Oh my.
Okay. No problem. He gets about 20 feet away or so before you're on him, tackling him and sending him to the ground. You hear a scuffle around the trees, and you can see Bisk tackling one of the townsfolk.
We'll move over.
Okay. You run over there as she drops what's left of the lady and starts moving towards him.
Oh, she literally went all in kill.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you want to be realistic.
Well, I said
So,
not to kill.
I attempt to step between them.
Okay.
Is this what'll bring out the killer, or just bring out the killer in you?
No, it's food.
Right, that's a meal back there. You should finish your meal.
She wasn't very filling.
I thought
You
ate
said you
before
ate
came.
already.
You ate before you came. This is
You're not supposed to eat this whole meal.
I can't let her take this guy. I can't do it. I need you to stop. If you want that power, we have to find this person.
Very well. What will you do with him then?
Well, take one of the
He's like he's like freaking out, struggling.
Right.
Looks like he's a merchant. He looks fearfully up at you. Says, "Save me! Save me!"
Yes, absolutely. And then we'll knock him unconscious.
Okay.
And, take one of the things and manacles out of my backpack, and I will manacle him And we were dragging him into the underbrush.
Oh
For
my
now.
Okay.
god.
So we pull him into the underbrush.
She cleans her lips a little bit.
Feel free to take your other to the.
Follows you with the would-be victim into the underbrush.
Take the other victim to the. I thought you said you weren't supposed to kill him on the path.
That's right. You said in the
Take it over to the
sacrificial
stone
area.
sacrifice.
I'm keeping you occupied for the evening. Certainly, some of your servants could clean up after me. She smiles at the guy that you have manacled and tied up unconscious and says, "An early morning snack, perhaps," and then wanders back towards the circle.
Okay. All right. So.
Where are you going to put this guy?
Seeing,
in the brush here in the dark.
Okay.
With
hey Dad, I'm gonna go over and attempt to clean up the murder that just happened.
You're going to clean up the murder?
Rasmus could have.
Yeah.
Like in what way?
He saved one.
First bringing
I
the
didn't see the
body
first one
over
even
to
happen.
the circle of stones, and then I don't suppose anybody has a mop.
You can't mop the stones.
Yeah.
I'll
Shoot the blood off the stones.
So she's definitely dead. She's still. I mean, she's not completely drained of blood. So I mean, there's quite a bit of a mess. Most of the blood soaking into the stones in the ground at this point.
But yeah, I'll start with bringing the body over to the circle of stones.
Okay. So you toss the body over at the circle.
1,500 gold resurrects.
Check mark.
Meanwhile, it caused psychological pain to the paladin.
Yep.
I feel like we're involved in something highly illegal here.
We are.
You guys are
That's the whole
worse
point
at
of what
party.
this is.
Yeah, I'm at a party.
Yeah. You guys are completely innocent here.
Exactly.
Besides, I've seen murders happen like this before.
You're the murderer then.
Yeah, I'm the killer.
Okay, I will.
Any changes to your tactics or positions? Are you guys going to wait for the next would-be victims?
I'm gonna start wandering.
I'm gonna go back into my respective position in the tree here.
Yeah, after
I will. I'll continue around. Kind of.
You just
I know
go.
I'm fully armed and everything, but
Right. You're just going to make a circle around the whole thing,
yeah,
sort of.
Once I'll make one solid circle all the
Okay.
way around.
Debating your life choices.
Yeah.
after I bring the body over there, I'm going to do my best to clean up the blood.
Yeah, there's not much. There's not much you can do about it.
I'm trying to do.
Oh, use your soap from your adventurers kit.
Yeah.
Lotion.
If I wanted to, I could turn into a water elemental and try to like.
I think
Circling,
cleaning the blood is
orbiting
less of a
around,
problem,
just around that circle or on the path.
Around
Just
her.
put a sign that says wet game.
Just gonna walk circles
we're
around her.
already in deep enough at this
Yeah,
point. We might as well
circles.
focus on the problem.
Sneakily, I'm seeing if anybody's going to be coming up to her.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. She goes back to the stone circle where she's just gonna wait.
After I bring the body, I'm hopping up on my tree then.
I will.
She seems quite a bit healthier at this point. Very
good.
flush.
That's
So I
good.
notice nothing in my big circle around. Anything moving? Any other?
Over the next 30 minutes or so now.
Just
Okay.
give you a
Well, then I will continue down, and I will go down towards the other water feature
Okay.
that the stones had mentioned,
Okay.
and see if I see anything there. Whether put me far enough away where I can't. I need to get away from her. It's hurting me. I will.
I'm gonna keep an eye on the vampire in the area around the vampire to see if I. Yeah.
Do I get any odd, freaky feelings while I'm around this body of water?
No,
Oh,
it seems fairly pleasant.
I swam in it earlier.
The plants in the south there are blooming.
They don't scream when I approach.
They don't scream when you approach. They're sort of like a deep purplish color, fairly pleasant looking in the moonlight. You do feel a slight itch in your neck. Looking up in the sky, it looks like it might actually be a full moon tonight.
This will be a fun little.
We're gonna get to see if that lycanthropy was cured or not.
Yeah.
Okay. Around about that time, some people arrive at the western side.
Okay.
As soon as I can locate them. What's that?
They're too stealthy.
They're too stealthy. Um, as Ak and Petros arrive.
Hey,
And then get eaten.
Fireball.
Fireball at 'em.
Out tonight, isn't it? Ah, we just went to a party.
Yes.
Alright.
Two of them walk into the park. The vampire leaves her perch again.
oh, disagree?
No.
There we go.
Walks right up to him. Ak is dead.
We're just playing around, guys. It's not
No,
fun.
I would be the one who dies. Acts immortal.
Yeah. I will move back towards the statue of the general in the middle.
Okay.
If it wants.
Listening for any movement that's not
Okay.
birdies.
There's not birdies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every now and then you hear some flapping from the sky above you.
It's a bird.
I have a
Probably.
feeling there's just gonna be a random character piece that just suddenly appears on the map.
So if you guys want, I can
It
talk to
just
spirits.
slowly starts
You
approaching.
can talk to spirits.
Yeah, I have consult the spirits, but with occultism.
Sweet.
Useless are not stones.
Yeah. Occultism.
That's
allows-
awfully close to a spell for the superstitious person.
I
Yeah,
talk to the
that's not
stones
gonna
and
like
just
them very
specifically
much.
not have the magic trait or anything like that. The stones just like me.
Okay.
Stop magic.
Stones don't normally talk.
You just
let
gotta
me
speak the right
drop it in
language.
the chat here.
Language of silence.
Not magic.
You have to speak stonyism.
How does it go in the
Just
chat?
some light sources.
Fun fact: their favorite
Oh,
genre
there
of
you
music is rock.
Maybe some
But yeah, so I took it in occultism, so it allows you to contact lingering spirits, psychic echoes of the departed dead, and spirits from beyond reality.
Okay.
Strange auras, effects of the presence, or unnatural occult beings.
Right. And you're using occult?
Yeah.
Okay. So occult specifically lets you do questions on.
Like ghosts and.
Right, depart spirits, spirits from beyond reality. What specifically talks about strange auras, effects, or the presence of unnatural beings.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I can do it wherever you did your stone thing.
sure.
So that's
You consult the spirits of the park.
Yep. Dark spirits.
Consult the spirit of the woman that just got murdered.
Talk to work. Not talking the right thing. You gotta talk to stones.
So I'll do a blind GM roll because
Okay.
it's has the secret trait. Yeah.
Okay. You speak to the spirits. There seems to be quite a few who want to talk to you here. Lots of voices calling out to be heard. The primary areas of unnatural creatures and so forth and influence appear to be around the stone circle. There's a lot of voices calling out as to painful deaths and so forth in that area, as well as a significant unnatural presence underneath the plant house.
Okay. Within there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing else necessary. Okay, so perhaps an hour goes by. She gets up from the stones and heads south.
She's going for the guy.
Bisque, you move over there. You see her walk up to the captive, who's manacled. She looks at him. He looks very scared, looking back at her. Sort of turns his head left and right. Then reaches down and bends open the manacles. and whispers something to him, which sends him scrambling to his feet, and he takes off at a run over this way. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong one. Yeah, that's the run. She stands up and waits for him to get to the road, and then pounces on him.
I got,
She waits for him to get to the road, like.
Uh-huh. Gives him a chance to run.
Gotta get your card.
More entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
I try to get in between her and him.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Does he scream at all or anything?
Him? Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, he screams.
Yeah, yeah.
Silence and stress.
Okay, give me a acrobatics or athletics. Okay, you are not fast enough based off of that. She swoops past you, landing on the guy, and sinks her teeth into his neck. He goes down with a gurgle. He's not dead as such immediately, but certainly has his neck slashed open at this point.
Resurrect cost number 2.
Okay,
We're up to 1,000 gold.
so if I'm not fast enough, I stop then before
Something
I
like
get
that.
Okay,
I-
you don't want to
I
interfere?
don't want to interfere. No,
I-
because I want it to look realistic, and if she's going to do this, I want to still stay with her in my vision. And
Yeah, functionally, the impression you have is she effectively released him because it's no fun to eat him while he's tied up.
right, but I'm also thinking in the back of my mind, she's trying to make this look as realistic to draw somebody out.
Yes, that's her entire focus.
Yeah.
Is she's trying to be realistic, and you have no influence on you, preventing you from interfering.
Nothing slowing you.
Nothing slowing your reactions or anything, or like causing you to maybe just let her do her thing. She has no influence over you at all about that.
All right.
Anyways, she disposes of the other guy, leaving the body on the road, and then returns to the circle.
Oh, once again, do the
Much
same
cheaper.
thing.
Much cheaper.
Hop down from the tree.
Okay.
Throw
He's just the body character.
She returns calling down tonight. I didn't realize this would be quite so entertaining. We should do this every night.
Well, let's see. I've been up north. I've been down. I will go towards the.
Yeah, while you're up north, you hear a bit of a scuffle to the south. Doesn't last very long.
I'm gonna go over by the. I keep thinking planetarium. Planetarium. Yeah, that'll work. And
The
I
house.
won't go inside because I don't want screaming plants if there are or giant plants to try to
We
eat me.
disturbed
but-
the peace enough. Why not continue?
Well, see if I see anything. If the doors are open or closed, or
Doors are closed.
doors are closed.
Yeah, windows were covered with were green.
If I hear anything inside the.
Nope, all quiet inside.
Maybe we need to get away from her.
What should I do with the bodies?
What should you do with the bodies?
I'm asking her.
Dump them in the pool.
You could take them to the lower quarter of the town. Then good meat pies.
Good barber down there.
That's right.
I know you remove the walls, so there's no windows or doors. Can I open the door without going into the greenhouse? Just
Yes.
to look inside. Okay, that's what I'll do because I know when we went in, that's when they started bringing
Okay.
anything.
Looks like before.
Hello. Hello?
It
No?
it
No?
echoes.
You have to do it to yourself.
There's lots of plants. The whole place is quiet, dark.
Oh crap.
You hear some crunching on the gravel out beside you.
Okay.
There's a couple of figures, pair of men walking into the park.
Walking into the park.
Yes.
I will walk away from them, just walking.
Okay.
Back towards the thing, but listening, trying to allow them to stay close enough where I can hear them,
Okay.
like kind of leading them where I'm going.
Okay.
They keep following me. I can hear them.
Yeah, they seem to be walking along the trail. You're not sure whether they're following you or just heading down the trail. They seem to be talking in low voices between them. Um, they don't seem to be in a rush, but they're also not taking their time.
Okay. I
Look
will.
and see if there's anybody you know.
I will move to here, and then I will kneel down and tie my gauntlet boot shoe thing.
I don't think you need to do that.
Like polish my boot cover, I guess. I don't know, something.
Okay, you kneel down.
And like nonchalantly glance in their direction. And
Okay.
pick 'em up.
They walk up to you and past you, nod in your direction and acknowledge you.
Right. Is there any? Did it look like anybody I wouldn't? I mean, just a couple of.
Give me a blind perception roll.
You want this to be realistic?
Yeah,
There's some
yeah,
up here too.
yeah.
Yeah, they look like a couple of locals,
For resurrection spells, only one
So
full
I'll-
cycle.
well dressed, but that's not unusual in this part of town.
All right. Well, as they walk, I'll continue to walk as well. Now that my boots polished.
Okay. They head up this way. Okay, Barleybeard and Tespa, give me a perception roll.
Oh, there's people there.
You succeeded the first half.
Success.
Is it, you want public or
Private
Yeah, well, I
would
rolled
be
my
preferable.
private GM?
Or blind, or yeah, just
blind. Not
I'm lying. Got a question?
Okay, these two guys come up. They pause at this statue, almost like they're looking around. And then after a moment or two, they duck into the underbrush.
It's totally not suspicious.
What do they look like? Are they?
Well dressed, they look like laborers.
Okay. Guess
Okay.
I'll watch them.
Okay, you can't really see them from your position after they go into the underbrush.
Can
can you detect them with your tremor
was
sense?
he the only
It
one
doesn't
to see
go
him?
that far.
Yes,
See- Oh, so I couldn't see him.
correct.
Okay.
Okay. Arius, give me a perception check. Same thing for Ak and Zordlon.
Oh, okay. Private.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good roll.
Okay.
It was, you could see it, but I couldn't. I just saw
Right.
the question mark.
Okay. Zordlon, you see these two? They come up to that area where you were trying to mop up the blood off the gravel. They almost imperceptibly seem to pause where the blood was. And you hear sort of a gasp from one of them. And then they duck off into the underbrush over here.
Did you get my
I will
private
let-
roll? Did I go through?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Do I see any, like, behavior of a vampire, or more?
What I described is what you saw. Couple of local citizens walking down the path, and then mysteriously duck into the underbrush.
Okay. I will alert those of what I just saw.
Okay, Arias, you're heading up the trail,
And they're gone.
and you've seen lost them in the shadows of the trees and everything.
Okay. I will keep moving up, and there's a bloody spot, and I'll look down at it like, because
It's
it's the same.
you
I thought he
don't.
cleaned this up. Dang it.
Yeah, I mean you know where the body fell.
Right.
There's nothing really visible there. Between the darkness and the shadows and the blood soaking into the ground, there's not really a whole lot of visible
So strange
stuff there.
that they would have noticed it, I guess. But
I had a feeling you did this on purpose. I have to roll out.
Okay, you have to head out.
And suddenly
Okay.
Doge gets possessed by
Nope. Doge is off alone with the vampire. So
I knew this was going to happen.
Dan, you want to take
Thank
the
you.
dog?
Thank you for
Okay.
taking them back. I'll
I,
see you.
okay,
Hang
see
on,
you later.
Jason.
I will move up to
Hang on,
the
Jason.
where I left the guy
Okay.
Take care of the dog.
and see the broken manacles
Yeah,
on the ground.
you go there. The manacles themselves look like they have been broken, almost as if the prisoner was particularly strong.
Those were good quality.
And he's not there.
All right, I will. I'll start walking up towards the circle.
Okay.
of Stones.
Okay.
Um,
You find the vampire lounging on the ground, seeming very relaxed.
with both bodies inside the circle.
Yeah, there's two bodies inside the circle.
Inspect the statue that they-
How'd that happen? Like, didn't he was?
No, your hunter, the dwarf, I believe he is, brought them here.
Well, I knew he brought the dead woman there, but what?
Oh, he escaped.
So he escaped.
Elf, sorry.
Yeah. My
Elf,
my
dwarf.
high quality manacles, man. I probably got gypped on that cost, didn't I? So now I will. I'm pretty much gonna stay with her. I think.
Okay.
From now on, I can't wander off because I can't, and I don't want to stay. I don't wanna, I will. I'll do last rites on these bodies while I'm waiting, I guess. And
Okay.
she does she move back from my holy symbols at all?
No, she sits there cleaning her teeth with, you think, a
Oh.
twig or something.
You gotta have a lot of apologizing to do for us,
Maybe. So, what do you think is this this item which gives such power to this other vampire?
Don't know.
Don't know.
I'm very curious about it though.
Does she have any fancy jewelry on, or anything that stands out to me at all?
Nothing that stands out, but she definitely has lots of jewelry. She seems to be very wealthy, very well dressed,
Well, you're
generally well mannered.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything?
Yeah, you
You
moving
died.
bodies.
He discovered your body pile.
Oh.
Well, I saw two others,
It wasn't
and
me.
they saw where you made that
Those
first
fish.
kill, and they ran off into the woods. Like, I couldn't follow them, I couldn't find them. So there might be more of your friends out here, or maybe not friends. More food, fish or food.
So, Ak, you're hiding just in the underbrush there?
Yep.
Okay. You are pondering what's going on. You can hear the champion a short distance away,
Pissed off.
struggling over life choices and everything. When there is movement to your side, and one of those persons that were walking down the street on the road lunges out of the darkness at you.
Protect your neck.
Ak will use his reactionary power word kill.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let's see.
It's like his preparatory spell whenever Act becomes surprised.
Thought they were
it out.
They didn't
Wait,
even
pause.
Whoa.
What is that?
Initiative.
custom dice.
That's what our death looks like.
Okay.
You take that amount of damage.
Unknown participant, unknown. There's way more of these than we intended.
Well, those could all be us. They were,
Oh.
we're not gonna know what our initiative is. It's gonna
Okay. So we begin. Yeah, I don't know what these are.
So obviously they didn't take the bait.
Okay.
Ak
They're supposed to be vampire killers, not people killers.
There is movement to the north of you, Arius, and then out of the trees, something comes running towards you and takes a strike.
No shield up.
Correct.
Okay.
It swings a longsword at you,
Okay.
hitting a 29.
That is a miss.
Okay. Then we have sword lun. There appears to be something to the northeast attacking Arias.
I don't know about the stuff happening southeast.
There's also something attacking Ack to the southeast.
Okay. Okay. I will make a perception check to see if these are vampires or people.
They're humanoid in the darkness. Can't really tell.
Ask questions later.
Okay. I will. Do an aim on the. No, I'm just gonna quick draw a knife and throw it at the one attacking Ack.
Okay. He has improved concealment due to all the trees and underbrush in the way. So go ahead and roll, and then I'll check the concealment.
And you also gotta keep in mind it has a 15-foot range increment thrown dagger.
Correct.
So you're also gonna have a lot of negatives where you currently are.
Go ahead and roll.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Won't matter. You throw you pull a knife from your necklace and throw it. It disappears into the trees.
Squirrel drops out of
Yes.
the tree.
Squirrel falls out. Squeak. Tispa.
So I heard something near.
You hear a snarl near Arias.
I'm gonna move up to. Let's see. It's like you can. These are like mixes of trees and bushes and things like that.
It's not thick enough to affect your movement,
Uh-huh.
but it will affect your visibility and line of sight as far as targeting things at a distance.
Okay. So I was gonna go there, and I can't really quite see anything.
You can see it. You can see the creature over here.
Okay.
Area of effects aren't affected by concealment, but any directed attacks would be.
I was gonna do try to do a disrupt undead on it.
Okay. Is that a saving throw or a directed? Okay, so saving throws I do not believe are affected. So that is fortitude, I believe. It gets a 30, which is going to be a...
Saving throw is 42.
You're supposed to click the saving throw button.
Well, I was waiting. Anyways, save DC of 30, so it's going to pass.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll your damage.
Sure it
I
passes?
thought
It says save DC 30.
Okay.
In chat, just click the damage. Okay. So it sizzles and burns, taking 11 points. Bisque.
Alright, so since I was in the tree line watching the stone circle
Uh-huh.
and everything, wouldn't I have pretty much seen what happened?
There's something snarling at Arias and striking at him.
Alright, so I'm going to try the exact same tactic I used a bit ago, and I'm going to attempt to jump from the tree and tackle the person.
Okay, well, you're like 30 feet away from him. You can't.
Acrobatics can't even do that.
No, you cannot jump 30 feet. I mean,
Alright.
technically you can if you roll high enough, but you need to roll from a standing jump. You need to roll, I think, a 50 with your acrobatics
Wow.
to jump 30 feet.
So pretty much that'd be like natural 20.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm going to instead move down to assist Arias.
Okay, so it'll take you one action to drop down,
Yep.
and then a second action you can move up to him.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright. From this area, am I able to, like, for the final action, try to see what the creature is? Or at least
It's
what it is?
it's a townsfolk
Oh, okay.
person. Barleybeard,
So I was checking out the statue.
were you?
I
Okay.
was. That's why I'm doing
Okay.
this. So because they ducked in the forest and
Mm-hmm.
after a little bit I said I was gonna go over there and check out what they were checking out about
Mhm.
the statue.
That is a alabaster statue mounted on a block of granite depicting Sasajia Calavazzo, the countess who reformed the city of Caliphos after the defeat of the Whispering Tyrant. So the ancestor of the countess.
Okay.
She's gotta be bitter she's not in charge, huh?
So there's commotion.
There is commotion to your southeast.
Oh. It's a good thing I can't reach anything.
That is.
So I guess I will go over here.
Okay. Okay, Doge I will remove for the time being. He's in a blood-induced daze. Okay. Okay.
There's 7 creatures.
This one steps out and attacks Tespa. Attempting to claw you, which hits a 38.
That's a hit.
Okay. Strikes you for 24 points of damage and grabs you.
We're not gonna be able to take all these people alive.
Then, actually, it gets a sneak attack bonus.
Kill the rest.
So there you go, 1 extra point from a sneak attack. Okay, then it jumps out of the trees behind you, and then attempts to bite you in the neck. This is versus your fortitude. Do you have a plus 19 fortitude bonus or lower or above? I mean,
Yes, it's higher.
it's higher than that. Okay, so is not able to drain you at this point.
These aren't the vampire killers, and these are literally just other vampires.
Ack.
cloned.
So can I do a perception check on this? It's a dark vision.
You're aware it's there.
Okay.
It's like rushing out of the trees towards you.
Do that north. Yeah, I'm gonna dimension door. I think they're gonna try to take each of us separate ways. I think we need to group up. So here's dimension door. I'm going to dimension door.
Dimension door lets you travel 120 feet
Right.
to a place
Now,
within sight.
Distance.
I see height and depth.
Measure distance. What I do, click
don't
on
have
mine and then.
You just pick a point within 24 squares that you can see.
I'm trying to figure out how far it is.
Measure.
Yeah, I tried. Yeah, that's what I was asking. Oh, how'd you do that?
That's me.
Oh, that was. So you could I'm looking where, which one is it?
It's that one.
Oh,
that's the
okay.
dimension cast.
And then what do I do? Click on
And
that.
then find
You
out what
just
want
you
to
just
know.
move yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're gonna turn off token select. Turn on token select.
The range you can see, not one
Where's token still? Turn on. What'd you say? Turn
Yes,
on?
it has a
Yeah,
range of
it's
120
right.
feet to any space that you can see.
Square up here.
That one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Token select. And then just move where you want to be.
Within range, you can see. And the range for a dimension door is 120 feet.
Okay.
That's why hiding it moves it to a mile. And you don't need to be able to see the location.
There's a
Okay.
guy next to her.
Who's over here?
You don't know. You can't really see them. So pick a location. Okay. You dimension door away from the one that's attacking you. Arias.
I look back at the vampiress and say, "Are these yours?" As I raise my shield.
Okay.
And attack the one in front of me.
Okay.
Let's see if this quick bar thing I did works. Does it work? No? Oh, it did. Oh, hey. Did I hit? It's on blind jam roll still.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You do 31 points to him.
Good job.
Do you want to do anything else?
Yelled, raise shield.
Yelling technically is free.
Okay. And then I will go ahead and hit her again. Hit it again. Not her. Hit it again. And that's the multiple attack penalty -5, right?
Yep.
Just click that.
Mm-hmm. That one missed.
Okay.
Okay, Dahlia.
I am going to.
You are way over here when you hear commotions coming from the direction of the ring.
I'm gonna cast light on myself.
Okay.
Let's see. So you just drag light and
No,
drop it on myself?
just cast light.
Oh, cast it.
And then in the chat there's spell effect light. Click
Uh-huh.
that box and drop it on yourself.
Oh,
Ciao.
gotcha. Okay.
Well, see,
Three
out of
okay.
four.
There's-
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, well,
And
close.
then I'm going to.
We need to go over there and smack him and dispel his light spells.
You do.
Move.
Knock the light out shit.
There.
Okay.
Lock.
Oh, it didn't let me move.
You're probably measuring.
Oh. Well, I took it off. Or, how did you
Click
take it off?
the box up top to the next, to the right of here. To the right of that.
This one?
Up. There. Right, you good.
There.
You hear some scrambling in the tree bend as something's climbing the other side of the tree next to you.
Okay.
Petros.
Did you say thank you?
Yep. Thank you.
He told me.
Um,
That's something there. So I can cue it.
So am I aware where any of the specific creatures are?
No, you hear commotion over in the direction of the stone ring. That's about all you know at this point.
I'll just take 3 moves over there.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Something intercepts you as you come running forward.
We'll gathering around the death circle.
And strikes at you, hitting a 24.
that's a miss.
Okay. We'll attempt a second time. It doesn't hit that time.
Critical miss.
Okay.
Bites himself. Turns himself into a vampire again. Fall to himself.
Becomes a double
Who has the
vampire.
garlic?
She does.
Jenny. Has the garlic.
You get the garlic.
I thought I gave people garlic.
Well, I guess everybody's got garlic.
Oh.
then.
I thought I did
Yeah, I
that
think it was
a
the
while
last.
ago.
Yeah, it was like the last.
Doing you much good.
I don't know if it's seasoning or anything.
That's right. It's all gross now.
You
No.
guys have
No.
an action to use it.
Oh.
I mean, you can try using it.
Crow, I'm
But you
gonna
have to
do.
specifically spend an action to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say maybe they're just Italian vampires.
Mm-hmm.
Did that one that attacked Petrus just
One,
disappear?
two. Yeah, I think I might have.
Yeah, you just despawn.
Okay, that's the second.
You got so scared you went through the map.
He got scared that we were talking about garlic.
Okay, she stands casually, sits there just watching. No, they're not mine. Feel free to dispatch them.
Gosh, I love this person. I love her so much. She's my favorite person.
Why marry her?
Ah.
Pharasma would disapprove.
Who cares about the god?
Okay.
Zordlon.
Oh, me. Okay. I'm gonna double check something real quick on my rifle.
Thought that other guy was frustrated.
Okay, never mind. I will. Who's mentioning something? Oh, okay. I will immediately turn around and shoot the person that is climbing up the tree.
Okay. He has, we'll say, cover, 1 point.
Okay. And these are silver bullets. I just bought bullets and put silver next to them. I didn't know how to add the silver effect.
Okay.
The hair in the back of my neck stands up. Ah.
That's it.
This is counting the one shot, one kill. This is my first. Oh,
Okay.
29.
Takes 29 points.
And then reload and attempt to knock him off the tree. Like, yeah.
How are you planning to do that? While you're holding a rifle in your hands.
Yeah, I was going to
With
like,
your foot, kick at him.
I was going to use the butt of my rifle and basically hit him
Okay.
in the head.
Give me a basic attack with a -5 for a second strike.
Unarmed?
Mhm.
Okay.
No, you're not able to knock him out. Test book.
Okay, so I'm grabbed. By
You are currently grabbed by a person.
And you said they were trying to like claw me and.
He claws you and grabs you. Now he's trying to bite your neck.
So I've got a religious symbol. Can I like press it on its skin?
Sure. You can try.
Okay.
Okay. Make an attack.
Yep. How do I do that?
With just an unarmed strike. Should be on your basic actions.
Can't go to actions and there should be an unarmed attack. Time just right there.
Actions tab. The second one. There's the profile, and then it's the one that's looking at. Yeah.
Okay. I see unarmed strike.
Mhm.
Scratch him real good. Keep it. There you go.
Yeah, you hit him. You press your holy symbol into his skin. Assuming this reacts. You do 6 points of damage to him. Not to Petros for some reason. It takes 6 points and he releases you.
Cool. I'll run away from that.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay. Bisk.
Alright. So I'm going to take an action to put on the garlic that she handed all of us.
To put on the garlic. You have a
brandish it.
you have a
To
bulb of
brandish
garlic.
the garlic.
Okay.
Yeah, you can brandish it.
You
Like,
pop out a
ra-
clove and
raise
start
it up-
rubbing it
raise
on
it
your
up.
arms, or
We're doing what it says.
right,
For us to do.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
To try to get
Brandish the garlic. I understand. So okay.
And then I'm going to pull out the steak that he gave me. And then final action, I'll do a tongue disarm on this guy with the sword who's like right in front of me. So
Okay.
I lash out, disarm creature within 10 feet, ignoring a requirement that you must have at least one hand free.
Pull his dentures.
So how do you disarm then?
You
Does-
target them.
What's a check?
Yes.
Alright. And then
It'd be athletics.
And on your actions.
yeah, actions. There's something that says tongue disarm, but it doesn't allow me to.
It'd be athletics.
Yeah, it's athletics.
Disarm.
Athletics. Okay.
Post the rules in chat. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that is not high enough,
All right.
and a failure does not affect you.
He bites your
That's right. 2 points of blood damage from your tongue. Okay. The one behind you, or south of you, seems to recoil a bit from the garlic. He resists the effect and then takes a strike at Bisk. Or not Bisk, Petros. No, I got that. Okay. He misses you. Then he remembers what he had actually intended to do. Takes a potion from his bandolier and drinks it. It looks like some sort of blood-like substance as it drips down his mouth a little bit. Almost immediately, his eyes glow red, and dark veins appear on his neck and arms and so forth.
That doesn't seem natural.
No. And then he takes another strike at you. Hitting a 31.
That's a miss.
Okay. Barleybeard.
So I'm gonna rage.
Rage!
And I will move over to this person. I'll move right here and set in charge and hit him.
Okay.
Is he a spellcaster?
No.
He has no spell capability.
Correct.
How unfortunate.
Act does. You can hit him.
Next turn,
Okay. You miss.
Yeah, he's not a spellcaster. So
That's
there
right.
That's my
You
turn.
it completely lost it as soon as you realized he was a spellcaster.
He just starts handing spell books to people. He's like,
That's right. Here, see if you can cast this. Okay, this one makes a fortitude save. Okay, he is sickened by the garlic. See if I can add that. He similarly drinks a potion. And then takes a swipe at Arias. 33.
Is it miss?
Okay. And then he will move 5 feet over here. Ack.
That one, I'm gonna cast Ray of Frost on that one. So.
Okay.
Target him. Over one on the T.
Then cast.
Yep.
Yeah.
Garlic's effective.
And then attack.
Worth
Attack. Roll.
That is a strike, so just click on the damage.
It's not showing the
Doesn't show the damage. Okay, so what is your damage?
Level
It's-
6, so 64 plus 5.
6d4 plus 5. Okay, just a second. Plus 5. Okay, it takes 24 points. Anything else?
No.
Arias.
I'm gonna yell at her again. What are they drinking? And then I will raise my shield, which went away, which is good. I did it right. And then I will attempt to attack the one in front of me again. Target. Nope. Target with kind of the flashy. Okay. That is a miss.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will attempt to hit it a second time with the -5.
That one got it.
That'll do it.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, that's 3. 2
Okay.
attacks and raise the shield.
Okay. Delia.
I'm going to cast fly
Okay.
and then
Okay. Okay. The one on the tree closes with Ben and tries to grab at you. Oh, I'm sorry. It's going to drink a vial.
I got a sponsor deal.
And then claw at you.
Run.
It's a 32
There's a wing. She better move.
for 19 points of damage. That grabs you. And then it attempts to bite you, which is its athletics.
Don't do it.
A
No.
32. You have a 22 or better fortitude?
No.
No. Okay. So it bites you on the leg. This makes you drained 1. It heals. What else? Okay, so you are drained 1. As soon as I can add it. Okay. Petros.
Exploit vulnerability on the vampires.
Okay. That is, I believe. Oh, that's versus what?
Standard DC of their level.
Okay. That would be fairly certain that's a success. Yeah. and you get whatever your generic one is. They don't have any
Okay.
vulnerabilities.
So then I'm gonna do. I'll do twin weakness on this guy.
You're doing what?
Twin weakness. It's
Weak,
rapture.
makes them weak to his twin.
Yep.
It's a miss.
Okay, and that's it.
Okay. And then the one over that is now facing Barleybeard, since his priest ran away. I was going to do similar to before.
Can I attack for opportunity him as he drinks the vial?
Sure.
Okay.
It's a manipulate action.
Stab it.
We got somebody with attack of opportunity?
Yep.
Successfully.
It's a
Yeah.
critical hit. So
It
it
is.
disrupted the action too.
That's right. You just smash the vial all over him.
So no red bull for you, buddy.
Yeah, he takes 46 points of damage.
And he's knocked prone.
So he slapped the vial out of his hand, the glass shattered, and cut him up.
Okay.
I always do better on the attack for opportunity. It's like can't hit me.
He's like, why don't you
Yeah,
get
that's
mad?
That's
That's
it. 'Cause
it?
He's not magic.
Okay. Well, then he's going to get back up.
Might take my second reaction down.
And I guess attempts to claw you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Missing you. That wasn't very nice.
Attack for opportunity
Okay.
is 50 feet.
The lady vampire says, I don't know what those are, but do be a dear. Grab me a sample of that.
Can champions rage? Chance that might happen.
Multi-glass.
Just in case.
You know,
Oh,
maybe she doesn't make it back on this whole expedition.
Luvet can have the leadership role. Get her.
I still think my suggestion is we all went to the party and left her in the woods alone. Was a better idea.
Zordlon,
Okay, there's a guy on me.
there's a guy on you. He's biting your leg. You're grabbed.
I do not like that. Okay. I will do. Okay. I will do sniper's aim and shoot the guy that's grabbing me. Yep.
You got him. Critical hit.
Okay,
It's like you shot him point blank.
I wonder how that happened.
Okay, you do 47 points to him.
Okay, and then I would like to attempt to break free with athletics.
Okay. It's -5.
Yeah, that's -5.
That is. Okay.
26.
You are able to break free.
And that's it.
Okay.
so does his critical hit, the critical specialization, is that what happens if you?
Um,
By George W.
He has to make a fortitude save. Let me check that.
It is.
Oh,
it
yeah, I
is
forgot
nice.
about that.
It is nice because
He
it
passed.
tells you. I usually completely
I,
forget.
I always
Gotcha.
I forget about
Yeah,
it as
no,
well.
I mean, I've read it multiple times
Yeah.
in the book, but never.
Yeah, it with the software, it's actually showing it. So yeah, remind me because
Okay.
I'm missing it myself. But yes, he has to make a fortitude save or be stunned because he took a critical.
Cool. That's awesome. Tells us.
He passed in this case. Despa.
I don't usually think about mine. 'Cause
Since
it's
I
just
heard
like they're flat-footed
Zordlon
until I have to
scream out,
I think
I s-
green.
I
I'm
saw
not
that
girl.
guy.
I would've
You
screamed
see
at that
Zordlon. Well, he's firing bullets.
Yeah.
Loud gunfire from the thing, and it seems like he's fighting something in the trees with him.
And I, like, do I have like a? Can I actually see the? Can I see both of them or not?
Not clearly. They have
Not clearly.
concealment.
Okay.
One great druid said, "Fireball them." You're
No,
51.
please.
So I was gonna take.
Fireball the
nearly
guy
killed
with
me.
all the gunpowder.
Yeah, that nearly
They'll
killed
take
me.
out the park.
So I was gonna move.
Eh.
like
You'll get the dead yet.
to like right there.
Okay.
And I can see them. And
Sure.
then I was going to target the guy and do disrupt undead.
Okay, go for it.
Oops, I did it twice. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, he failed his saving throw.
Okay.
So he takes 26 points. Okay, Bisque.
Alright, so I'm going to. No. So I'm going to go up to this vampire,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to take the stake that I have and plunge it into his chest. Or at least try to.
Okay. First, you got to hit him,
Yeah.
and then you need to take him out with the stake.
Yes. So, would that just be a normal attack roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing fancy to it.
So unarmed.
No, your arm.
Well, yeah, I don't have a specific.
I think it's the same bonus.
Yeah, it's just like a wood.
Oh, alright.
It's like you
With the daggers.
So, should I target him? Or-
Yes.
Oh, alright, yeah, I got it.
Unless you're not targeted him.
Yeah, attacking
You
our
stab Arius in
target.
the shoulder.
Oh my
no,
god. I gave you that snake.
I don't know about this. Oh, there you go.
Natural 20.
Yeah,
That's a good roll.
Do it.
Now, since you don't have the stake programmed, what level of modifiers do you guys have? Do you have striking, moderate striking?
It's just basic, the first striking, I think.
Okay, so one extra dice.
Unarmed should automatically be calculated because if you were using the dagger thing, it's the exact same damage for unarmed attack, but instead it's piercing. So you can just click the unarmed attack and it will do the damage.
Okay,
Instead just
that's
do
fine.
Piercing instead of bludgeoning.
Sure, go
If
with
we're
that.
using dagger.
So yeah, because
Well,
now
he's
it
using
says,
it. He's using an actual stake. Yeah,
now
that's
it
fine.
says 3d4 plus 4 bludgeoning, but I'm guessing replace that with piercing or
No,
something.
just click on damage.
Alright, so
It's critical.
Thank you.
Okay, now click on the critical one because you rolled a
Yeah.
critical. Okay, so you did 22 points of damage.
Yep.
Nice.
That is not enough to take him out.
But
Okay.
that stake stays in his hand because it's a real stake.
It's
right?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
regular weapon. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. If you take him out with the stake,
Yeah.
then you've effectively stabbed him. Or when he's down, you stake him at that point,
Gotcha.
if you can. Anything else?
And then I will attempt to do another tongue disarm with his sword.
Okay.
So we'll go to
All I can see is Jar Jar waist. Snatches it like. Yeah.
At least I got the lightsaber,
It's
didn't
right.
Is that using? Okay, yeah. That was your second one.
That's the disarm thing.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. His sword goes. Oh,
you?
technically, it's a. You weaken his grasp, so he has a -2 on his attack.
'Cause I think you gotta do two.
You got to be a critical success to actually remove the weapon. Okay.
Got even more issues now.
So his turn, or the guy below you to the south, strikes at Petros. Uh, 34.
I'll use my reaction.
Okay. He would do 20 points. Your reaction blocks how much?
It's going to be 7 plus my level because he's undead, I'm assuming.
Yes.
So that is 19.
So you take 1 point.
Oh no.
And
Okay.
he is enfeebled too.
Okay. Not very nice.
Unless he wants to cancel the attack.
I mean, yeah, if he doesn't want to do the attack and just cry about it.
That seems counterproductive.
Yeah.
So he will be enfeebled too. And then he attempts an athletics check against you as he tries to bite you. A 30, which would be a 20 fortitude or better.
I do not have that. I
Okay.
have a 19 fortitude, so that would pass. But
Okay,
I have
so
an
he-
item.
You have an item.
I do. I finally get to use it. If I can find it.
Necklace of protection.
It's a garlic choker.
It's the Grim Ring again. So I'm going to use the reaction on it. That I assume this is going to make me drained.
This is once per day you gain the drain condition from an undead creature. Yeah. Reduce the value of the drain condition you gain by 1, and he instead takes 2d6 positive damage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good choice,
Mm-hmm.
because that's exactly what he's going to do.
What's that called?
Grim Ring.
Grim ring.
Everyone gets
How
equipped
many
with
fingers
them.
do I got?
Not
150.
Lord of the Rings Glamdring.
Right.
This is the Pathfinder Glimmering. Okay, so yeah, he takes 5 points. Recoils in shock from your neck.
I have detected undead.
Okay. So that was the second action. With that, he is going to move back. Barleybeard.
Okay, let's see if I can knock this dude back down to the ground. Yeah, I'm just going to
Let's
attack
try
him
to
because
knock
he's
this
not
guy
magic
out.
or anything.
Try to knock him out.
Yeah, see if we get information from him.
I'm trying to disrupt him.
That's a hit.
Yeah. They can do non-lethal damage with stuff.
Not that one because it's a fortitude save.
Okay.
Did he go down?
He falls to the ground and disappears in a puff of smoke.
I don't get a chance to stab him with this thing.
No.
Okay. I did something.
You did.
Let me measure. Aha! And then I'll send in charges.
I'll run over there.
Range.
Take
Okay.
out one, go directly to
Is that it?
I send charge.
Oh, yeah, you get an action then.
I'm working on it. It's the -5.
That's also a hit.
Aha.
You come out of the trees from nowhere, striking him for 27 points of damage. Okay. His turn. He recovers automatically from the sicken since the garlic is not being brandished anymore. And then he is going to... He's disarmed currently, so he is going to strike at Bisk.
not sleep.
24
Okay. Armor class is 30. That is a miss.
and a 24. Okay.
That's it.
Not 24.
Ack.
Hey, this one, maybe, no. This one, no. No.
Counter.
Ray of Frost on that guy
Which guy? The one they're fighting?
in the tree.
Okay. He's going to have concealment from you.
Hit attack him.
Mm-hmm. You successfully strike him, and you do what, 64?
64 plus 5.
Okay, he takes 18 points of damage.
Bisk takes
Bisk took
18
18
damage.
points of damage.
Oh, Bisk, you got Bisk.
Aw.
You got him good.
That scary lizard.
There you go.
It's not your fault.
Oops. No.
Oops, sorry.
Whoa.
Arius.
So I will put my hammer away
Okay.
and attempt to grapple him
Okay.
for 1 and it's an action, right? Grapple. That's athletics. Did it work? Okay.
And that is versus his reflex, I believe.
Against target's fortitude DC.
Fortitude. Okay. So you grapple him.
Okay.
Every round you grab him.
And then my last is can I push him prone if I attempt a second grapple?
Don't think you can do that in the same action or the same round.
You could trip him also.
Yeah, only let's see, critical failure, no. Target restraint.
Yeah, you have grabbed him. You could trip him, which would have the same effect of putting him to the ground, as opposed to pinning him, which means he's completely helpless.
Bite his neck.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put him down so
Somebody else could hit him
he
easier.
can put that stake in.
Right. As long as he's grabbed, whether he's down or not, same effect.
Oh, okay.
It's still flat-footed.
And then, so I will
Would take
then.
him an extra action to stand up now.
Granted, yeah.
No, I won't. I won't take him down. I will attempt to intimidate him.
You're not gonna bite his neck.
Yeah, but it's right. It's how I.
Back.
Yeah,
No,
you, want,
you like
you want to play this game?
Payback, man.
Jump. As my dentures fall out. 'cause
You're
it's
stuck in his neck. He's sick.
all right, so I will attempt to just intimidate him.
Okay.
Yeah, that should do.
Sure. He's intimidated. I'm not sure what that gives him. Frightened too, I think.
Yeah. Yep. It's critical he's fleeing, but I've got to hold him.
He's fleeing, but he
That
doesn't
is-
have him.
Yes. Just holding on to him as his feet are spinning. All right, that's my turn.
Okay. Let me find Frightened. Frightened too.
Oh my god.
He's working on the Steam achievement.
There we go.
Finish him.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna finish him.
Dahlia.
So I am going to fly up 20 feet
Okay.
and then attack this guy that's in front of me with malicious shadow.
Okay.
A trick up my sleeve.
Make sure you target him.
Keep.
Okay. You doing bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing?
Slashing, I guess.
Okay.
Are you friggin'?
That is unfortunately a miss. He disappears in the shadows underneath, despite the malicious nature of him. Okay.
I think it's a spiritual weapon, so you can go again later. But
Okay.
It counts as a melee attack.
Yeah.
Do I get a second attack?
It was
I flew
two
up
actions,
20
one to move, 2 actions to cast
yeah,
the spell.
But like next turn, you can do it again.
Yeah.
I believe it's like a
It is
spiritual
a
weapon.
yeah.
As long as
you
it's
can
sustained,
sustain
then,
for 1
then
minute.
yeah, then you continue. It's like it's an
I
occult
didn't
version
know if
of.
you got like the same 3 actions that.
No, you get the 1 action when it appears, and then if you continue to sustain, every time you sustain it, it gets another attack.
Okay.
So you can sustain it 3 times.
It's like having a sword at long distance you can use to attack.
Okay, Ben, the one next to you attacks you,
Nope me.
claws at you again since it's no longer holding you.
Oh,
Gets
man.
a 38,
That's a hit.
which is going to do 18 more points to you.
Stop.
It is going to grab you again,
In a better ranger.
and then it's going to attempt to bite you again. Hitting a 32, so you need a 22
Yeah.
fortitude.
Yeah, it hits.
Okay, that is going to drain you another time. And it's going to heal.
I forgot that it goes before me.
And then it will attempt to drain you a 3rd time. Only getting a 22.
No.
So, Petros.
So I'm gonna move over and follow that guy for 1 action. And I'm
Okay.
going to.
You sense the shadows around you are malicious.
Oh no. I'm going to spend an action to empower my sword, which gives me a +2 with it.
Okay.
That takes an action.
Okay.
And I will attack him. Plus shot.
Don't forget to target him. You got him. Of course. That, yeah, you got him, but it didn't count because you'd already started the attack.
Oh, oops. That
Okay.
should be 37 points with the weakness.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
37.
What we should do, Craig, is we should add in your character a check mark to add +7 to your attacks. So then you can check it and it should automatically
Okay.
put in there.
You
We can do
sure?
that. We can do that later.
Okay. Everybody give me a perception check. I don't care if it's blind or otherwise. And let me know if you get
Oh, wow.
over a 35.
Over 35?
I did. We're getting bonuses because of rocks nearby.
No.
with
darn
Marley,
it, I
it
should
came
roll
closest.
initiative. Darn it.
Perception.
It's fine. I just need to be adjusted. So
I did initiative
just-
as well.
Yeah.
'Cause it says
I got
perception
above a
for one guy.
35.
Down, you gained initiative, so you
The
go
issue is
first.
they're both labeled the exact same, and
It
they're the
is,
exact
yeah.
same spot.
Oh.
Yeah.
So -2 on mine. Didn't matter. I wouldn't have got it either way.
Well, I got the same perception and initiative bonus, so
Okay.
mine's the same regardless.
It's like Bisque. Never got it.
I got
Um,
it.
Didn't
Just
change
got
the
it.
order that much. I'm
It's
just
contextual.
one lower.
okay.
So.
Not really a
You
factor then.
lost
Yeah.
the initiative.
The initiative war has
Yeah, I'm below Arius instead of being in front of Arius now. So.
Craig, Petros. Why won't it find that? Okay, to the south of you, for you and Ben, you hear whistling.
I hear whistling.
Whistling.
Is it like a guard's whistle or like a bird's whistle or what kind of whistle?
Like a person out for a comfortable night just whistling as he walks.
Oh,
She wanders over here a little bit, calls to the dwarf. You know, I thought your intent was to capture these. Zordlon.
She is spellcaster.
He is a spellcaster. Zordlon.
I might just
Break
make her
attempt.
make her voice raspy for the next minute.
Attempting great story.
Okay. That is a success.
Okay. And then I'm assuming that it'd be a -5 if I attack.
Yeah?
Okay. I would like to attempt to effectively tackle him off the tree.
Okay. Give me an athletics. Or acrobatics, your choice.
I don't think he's on the tree. If he's,
Yeah, we are on
He's
the
in
tree.
they're both fighting in the
they're
tree.
both on the tree.
Yeah, we're in the trees.
He dives at him, trying to throw both of them off the tree.
Just a couple
No.
nuts hanging.
Unfortunately, you miss, sending yourself out of the tree.
You can't be attacked. Biting you.
I have catfall.
Okay, so you don't take any damage as you hit the ground. I assume that makes you not prone.
I'm going to it.
Okay, figure that out.
Alright, if it does make me prone, I'm just getting up again.
He said 63.
I don't think it does. If it's in that range of catfall.
I assume it lets him land on his feet, but
I don't know. I don't take catfall. I refuse to fall.
You refuse to fall.
No, I land prone, but
Okay.
I'm getting up on my
so
left.
you land prone, but you get up. Tespa, Zordlon falls out of the tree next to you.
Yeah.
Ah,
I'm gonna disrupt an undead on the vampire guy again.
Okay.
would you be okay with me using my running reload as?
No.
Okay.
Okay. His fortitude save is a failure. And you do 26 points of damage to him. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Bisk.
alright. So, I'm going to take a step over here. And then I'm going to do Dragon Form Blue. So let's see here. Dragon Form, Knife Verbal, and then I just gotta find blue on here. And
This pool map stake is not fun to drink.
where the heck
cast the spell.
How do you? I'm on the.
Yeah, just cast the spell and it pops it up there.
Yeah.
How do I?
Hit cast.
Dragon form. Cast spell. Cast.
Oh,
Not on that.
cast. Yeah.
There you go. Now you can drag.
Okay.
the-
So you want blue, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me find blue. I'll put blue on top of you. There you go.
I'm watching. Do I see where the stake falls?
Stake falls to the ground next to him as he turns into a large blue dragon.
Next to me?
Yeah, next to
Okay.
you.
Okay.
It's 10 feet away from you technically because he backed away.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about the stake. The
No,
stake's
it's 10 feet away from you. Yeah.
This is
Okay.
all over the bandolier.
The vampire to the south here with Petros is going to strike at you. A claws. 29 is a miss. Claws a second time, hitting a 33.
That's a hit.
Okay, which is going to be 18 points of damage. And then his athletics check, scoring a 21, which is not going to be good enough. Okay, Arias.
I will. Do I need to sustain the grapple ahead of anything else, or is it still grappled, or the grapple ends at this point?
The grapple ends automatically at the end of your action.
Okay.
I think you can do anything you want during the round other than move away from him, because you would automatically release him at that point.
You have to succeed in a grapple check to make it another round. Yeah.
I will hold my, seeing how his stake's too far away, I will pull my stake out of my bandolier.
Okay, so that's going to release him since you have a shield,
Yeah.
so forth. Okay,
So I'm
so you release the grapple.
not grappled.
You pull out the stake.
Yep. And I will unarmed strike.
Attempt to strike him?
with it to finish him and keep him. Oh. Okay.
That is a strike.
And then just regular damage if I'm
Mhm.
sticking it in his chest, put him down.
Okay, you successfully stab him. He
Um,
goes down. The body does not dissipate.
Okay. He's not struggling or anything at this point?
Nope. He
Okay.
appears to be stone cold dead.
Alrighty.
Good talk to them.
So that's in there.
Or he's human.
I will, so, bandoliers, pulling something out of bandolier is nothing. Interacting with, stabbing with is one.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple. And I will move here
Okay.
and raise my shield.
Okay. Barleybeard.
So I'm going to move and send charge. I'm also going to yell at Bisk to manifold the vampire.
Okay.
What to the vampire?
Manifold it.
Handcuff it.
Yeah, cuff it.
He's in the dragon form. So
Yeah.
Dragon
So
don't know what manacle
He
is.
could easily dispel.
As long as it's down, hopefully. it's
So
down.
you said in charge?
I send charge. No, I did not target him.
You did not. It's fine. You missed.
Not yet.
Yeah, you did hit.
He probably
I
isn't
can roll
going
damage
anywhere.
and things still count.
Oh,
Maybe.
I may have targeted him at times.
Yeah, that got him. Okay.
So. Act the turn.
Okay. Ack.
Just one action to dispel your spell. I mainly don't trust the lady vampire. And vampires like food.
Ray of Frost.
More food. Yeah. DoorDash, it all comes to you.
I assume you're Ray of Frost and the one in the tree.
Yeah.
Okay. That is going to be a miss.
The tree is now cold.
Yep, Dahlia.
I'm gonna try the malicious shadow again.
Okay.
And disruptions.
So is it? She doesn't have to recast it every time, right? She just gets to use it like the.
Correct. It's a continuing thing if you sustain. The advantage of casting again and then add back in your spell slot so that you get the effect.
So
Because
she can
otherwise
choose-
it's going to be scrolled way back up in the chat. You
Ah,
follow?
yeah.
You don't have to recast it every round
So you'll-
because that's going to use your spell slots.
You don't
It
press.
doesn't take it away from my spell slots because it's a focus spell.
It's using your focus points.
You don't press the cast button. Press the icon, like the little picture on the side. It'll pop up like a little message button, and after you press that, it'll just post it in the chat without casting it.
Okay.
Right. Every time you cast it, it's going to use your either your focus points or your actual spell slots.
Okay.
Okay. Not a big deal because you can correct your focus points, but like George said, there's other ways that you can post it instead to get the same information.
Okay.
Okay. That is going to be. I don't know if you targeted them.
I didn't.
You didn't.
Roll
It's
again.
a miss.
then you
So
can
first
target
first strike is a miss.
Then
Now,
you target.
if you target him, then you can do a second attack or a third attack if you want.
Just do the MAP minus one.
Do MAP minus one.
Right here. So your second. I'll do my penalty.
Minus 1.
That's right.
Yeah, map it.
Take a nap.
There you go.
That one also missed.
This spell's not working for me today. The dice aren't.
Maybe vampires don't have shadows.
Oh.
Maybe.
And the trees have shadows.
But you sustained, right?
I did,
Good
yeah.
dice.
But no, sustain gives her an attack.
Oh, gotcha.
You can sustain it multiple times in the round to get additional attacks. That's why you can do 3 attacks with it. But if there's something else you want to do, you have to sustain it at least once a turn. Otherwise, it goes away.
So I can attack one more time.
Yeah, at the map minus 10.
Minus 10.
Yeah. Okay. Vampire, where are we at? Okay, the one in the tree. Leaps down here to go for Zordlon. Strikes at you with his claw again, trying to get another grip. Misses
Yeah.
horribly. So he claws at you a second time. Hitting a 31.
You've got the same hits.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
He hits you for 22 points of damage,
Now,
and you are grabbed yet again.
I do not like you.
I can take care of them. Just stay where you're at.
No, I'm not staying where I'm
That's
at.
right.
Stop biting me
Just
again.
stand right next to him. Don't move at all.
Well,
I'm not
if
staying
you wanna
there.
get blasted by electricity,
So I'm going to drop my sword,
Well,
pull
see, again, I'm
the
gonna
stake from my
What?
necklace,
Okay.
and then I'm going to try to stake this guy.
Okay.
The unarmed attack one, right?
Yep.
I think it's the same either
well,
way.
they're in the trees.
Again.
I'm not in
So, I mean, you can still turn it probably. Though.
You hit.
Ah. Damage.
Okay. Do 20 points to him.
Okay. I'm going to try that again.
That one miss.
Unfortunate.
Third try.
I had to spend the action pulled out. I had to pull it out for an action. Because
Oh,
the
okay.
necklace
It's still
of
it's still
knives-
in your hands.
Yeah,
That's
so
fine.
it's in my
Okay.
hand.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Necklace.
Okay.
Got that knife necklace. Yeah.
She wanders over here, retrieves something from him, and pockets it. Turns and smiles at you.
Stay with me. Jeez Pete's. Much as I don't want you to stay with me. Stay with me.
It's like hurting vampires, isn't it?
Gosh.
I think we might be able to stake this guy.
Okay. Zordlon.
Attempt to break free again.
Success.
this will be one move. I'm gonna move over there with running reloading my rifle, and
Okay.
then I'm going to shoot the vampire that has been chasing me.
You assume that's going to get you away.
Okay. Oh wait, I need to look on the chat, not please.
Okay, that's it.
Damage.
Okay. He disappears in a cloud of ash.
You're supposed to stab him.
Did. Tespa.
You need to be able to shoot like wooden stakes at him.
That's right.
Wooden gun.
Need a steak gun, man. If you have enough money to buy that, then
steak gun.
use
That's right. Take my medium well over here. 300 feet range.
What's for dinner? I don't know, but I got a steak gun.
Just got a big
That's what they
grill
need
up.
to use to try it.
No, that's
Tespa,
all
what
I
would
got
you like
for
to do?
having steaks next to me.
I think Zordlon needs some help here. I was gonna heal him up a little bit. Apparently, he's in pretty rough shape.
Does have a couple of vampire bites on him.
Owie.
I'm just gonna do a 2-action heal on him.
Okay.
So, do that. And if we can heal you up a little bit.
Shut that down,
Are you living?
yeah.
For now.
At least I'm
This
here
lady
to
starts
be.
to sizzle.
Disintegrate.
You kill me.
Takes a spell.
Just kill me.
So I have to hit healing again?
Yep. Click healing.
So
I did get bit several times.
And that will heal him 81 points.
Thank you.
59 points, technically. Okay. What else would you like to do, Tess?
I'm just gonna look around and see if I can sense anything and hear anything.
Well, you see one across the way fighting Petros and Barleybeard. There's a blue dragon in the forest.
Accurate blue dragon habitat.
So she moved up to the dead one with something.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that this is that dragon.
Could be those vials.
Could be
I
a
don't
note
know
from
you
her
have
saying
tried.
attack that's in the night.
And you can try shooting at me, but
Trusted her less
you're
and
gonna
less.
face the consequences if you do.
I would have checked the body, but I can't focus on anything, so I have
Right.
to exactly. But I was going to do it.
That's why I didn't move super far away, because I thought I could keep an eye on her, which I did. I kept an eye on her to see exactly what she
Okay,
did.
just move over there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Okay, Bisque.
I am going to make a move to here,
Okay.
and then I'm going to use my breath weapon on this guy, which it's a
There goes all the other brush.
it's electricity. It's not gonna. So it is an 80-foot line.
Lightning strikes still cause fire.
Yeah.
Okay. So, 80-foot line. I assume you're doing something like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So much for that statue's arm.
Yes. So you blast out a bolt of lightning,
Oh my God.
which sends out a thunderclap across the park and town. Roll the damage for the lightning bolt.
And there already was like an elephant gun being shot a few times, so
It totally
Okay.
electrifies the pool.
So,
I love
40
it.
points.
Alright.
It
Those
makes
guys.
a reflex save of 30. What's your saving throw?
My saving throw, would that be my AC?
No, that'd be your spell DC for your breath weapon.
Where would I see the
Your
DC?
DC is. It's over here somewhere.
It's on your character too.
This?
No, it's your AC.
It's
Oh.
in your spell. It's in your
also in your spell thing. So
yeah
It's
spell
the
effect.
the top of your
Oh,
spells.
up. Alright.
Here, mine,
Um,
my main screen.
20.
Or wait, 30 spell DC.
I was gonna
yeah.
say, man, I got a better DC.
Yeah,
A 30?
Yep, 30.
Okay, so it takes half damage. The statue behind to one of the heroes of Ustalov shatters from the lightning bolt, and it leaves charred plants throughout the area. From south, you hear a scream. And then we move on to the vampire that just got blasted. It's going to take a 5-foot step here, and then attempt to bite the dragon.
We're gonna have a vampire dragon all of it.
He's going to hit a 25, which is a miss.
Yeah.
Swings a second time, hitting a 25, also a miss. Okay, so your breath weapon is gone. And then we have
No more statue.
Arius.
Something tells me I'm gonna end up having to pay for those damages.
Oh no, you're gonna
I'm moving back to here. I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
take an action to take the
The town
manacles out of my backpack.
What are you doing with your weapon and shield?
My weapon's already been put up.
Okay.
The stake's been in the dude's heart. So
Okay, and the shield?
do I need both to
You have
reach in
it's
the
a
backpack?
normal shield.
We're higher level than our guards.
It's a normal shield, so you're going to need it to at least attach the manacles. Can't really do the manacles single-handedly.
Figured he wasn't struggling. So,
He's not struggling, but it's
Yeah.
they're manacles.
Okay, I put my shield away and I take the manacles out. So that's
You
one.
put 'em on
Get the
her?
You start
manacles
working on them.
and put
Okay.
No, I'm putting manacles on her. But I'm fucking. I'm staring at her the entire time. Like,
She smiles back.
yeah, I'm sure.
Barley beard.
Was that statue made out of stone?
How is
Yes.
no one screaming
I
when
think
I'm
you
You hear the screams of the stones as they hit the ground.
I think you need to dispel this spell, George.
You could have. You could have.
I know.
I think you just
He is a spellcaster. You can strike him.
Again,
You can dispel the dragon form.
I'm gonna go over that. And
I got this guy. You do whatever you need.
okay, I'm going to punch dispel the dragon form. I'm not gonna slam him because that would do so much damage.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, center spell. And then, punch, he is a spellcaster.
Uh huh. That's a hit.
Stone, man. Destroy the stone frame.
Destroyed by stones. And then it's based off of your spell DC, which is a 30 to dispel it.
Which is a success.
So the spell goes away.
And damage.
Damage. So you only take 19 points.
Y'all are no fun.
He just
And
Okay.
that's the turn.
destroyed the stone, man.
I know.
It's a rock.
Not him. Yeah, he's a
Okay,
dwarf.
Ack,
This
what
is-
would you like to do?
this is,
of the city.
Oh, we don't try to stay here in the city.
Well, it's for the sake that
They
they
just put
destroyed the
things in
statue.
there. They're letting vampires run wild in this city. It's
Target
disgusting.
the eye and ray of frost.
Well, then they're not be able to
No,
speak to
it's
the
not.
count again. Well, they'll not be able to speak to the count.
Yeah.
That failed. Okay, what else would you like to do?
doing any better than me.
I'm gonna move over this way.
Laser beams are going everywhere.
That's right.
Laser beams are going
I
everywhere.
guess.
Dahlia.
5 dead squirrels in the tree.
I'm gonna try the malicious shadow again.
Okay.
Take him alive.
Good
Let me
eating in the
see.
neighborhood.
You said just drag
All
the
the
image and
squirrels.
drop it in the chat.
They fry.
Axe is not really fumbling. He's just more he keep getting distracted by the squirrel with his laser beams.
I think what he was saying is if you click on the icon, it changes to a little chat thing.
Yeah.
Just click that.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
puts
Oh,
it in
there
chat.
goes, okay.
Okay, so make sure you target him. Okay, then cast the whichever one you want, or click on the one you want, and then attack.
Yeah.
I got him that time.
You got him that time, yes. Okay. Then damage. And he takes double. Take 20 points.
There you go. You got 2 more of that. That's the one. Oh, jeez.
You got him the second time.
Tick off the
Scroll
witch.
up and click damage.
So make up for all the time you fumbled.
Yes.
I guess.
It balances it out.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to take 46 that time,
Don't upset
which
her.
blasts him and he disappears into shadowy ash.
She is a bad witch.
Bad witch.
We didn't take any of them alive. That was the whole point.
Yeah.
Well, we
There's
have-
one that's alive. He's just got a stake in his chest.
Okay.
Take his head
What'd
off.
you like to do for your third action?
No, the stake just keeps them so they can't
Uh,
disappear. They don't gain consciousness. Cutting off their head at this
Move.
point.
Okay.
So as long as his head's still there, we can take that stake.
Well, then he disappears. We have to use negative healing on him first.
Petros, what would you like to do?
Oh, there's no more guys, so I guess I'll drop my stake and I'll summon my sword back to my hand.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, it's gonna go
Um, This guy down here takes off at a run, calling for guards. Elsewhere in the town
What guy?
Guy to the south that was whistling.
Oh.
that was walking into the park, where a dragon fired a lightning bolt.
So he was completely oblivious to the gunfire that was
He hadn't heard the gunfire.
He hadn't walked in yet.
There hadn't been gunfire at that point. Elsewhere in the town, you start to hear whistles from guards
Oh, boy.
reacting to things. You have limited time here before the guards arrive and disrupt things. The Lady Evgania says, so what's next in your brilliant plan here?
Do you know whose vampire this was? Is there a
Looks
way
him
to
over.
tell?
No, looks like a thrall.
I'll pick him
Right.
up.
Yeah,
Go.
well, let's pick him up and take him to the one, the entrance that the guy showed us.
And what did you take from him? Was it just the vial?
Nothing important.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So, before he picks him up, I'm quick rummaging through his pockets to see if there's any symbols, notes, rings, anything that
No, nothing
would
of note.
identify him as what he is.
Well dressed townsfolk.
They all were well dressed.
They were all well dressed. So, aren't you seeking the murderer?
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe
I-
it's you.
I understand you adventurers are simple-minded mortals. She reaches over and yanks the stake. He immediately dissipates into smoke, and then she points as the smoke sort of coalesces and starts running along the
Okay.
street, along the
Gotcha.
path and everything.
I'm quickly following it.
Okay.
I'm gonna use
I wanna-
fly.
I want to grab a couple pieces of the statue to mourn the loss of the
You're gonna run over to get to the statue. Okay. You don't have fly currently.
Yeah, I do as a 4th level spell. Fly.
Oh, you're gonna cast fly,
Yeah,
and
and I'm going to fly and follow the smoke.
okay. Well, if you're other than near the smoke, you're not gonna be able to see it. Given the general fog of the area, it's like a little bit of fog floating in nighttime London, where if you're not aware of it, if she hadn't pointed it out,
Right.
you wouldn't see it per se.
But as I'm
Okay.
but as I'm focused on it,
You're
I think
focused
it's
on. You're
okay.
able to follow it. That's
I'm
fine.
gonna go with
Follow
the-
me.
I'm not gonna wear it.
I'll-
Right, and,
I'll
that,
fly
and that's my
following
part.
him.
Yeah, I mean you can fly if that's how you want to
yeah.
travel,
Meaning
but
following the group.
Okay.
As they're following the thing.
and I don't have a problem with that. The group is easy enough to follow.
Yeah.
If you're going to fly, as long as you're following the group, that's okay. Otherwise, if you're flying, just get up in the sky and avoid other attention while you're watching the fog move on the ground. You're going to lose it almost immediately.
I'm just gonna
Okay.
I'm just gonna follow them
Okay.
in the sky, trying to avoid attention from the ground, or at least so I
Okay.
can. Get
I mean,
away.
you're already flying. That's easy enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys quickly gather your stuff and head west out of the park.
Is she coming with us, or did she just go?
No,
She's had enough of
she
us.
casually stays behind.
Oh. Okay.
It leads out of the park, across the main street, and then goes around a large, well-appointed building where it disappears down into the grate next to it.
Okay.
The sign outside labels it as the Nobleman's Stitch.
Oh.
It's on like Donkey Kong.
Oh.
I'm here
We're-
for a suit.
We're going to stop here for now. We're a little early, but